A very good morning and welcome. I, Dr. S. Pujita, Assistant Professor, KL Business School. It is my honor and pleasure to welcome you to Second National Women's Summit 2K22 on Women Empowerment. This is a signature event celebrating on women empowerment as a part of Women's Day celebrations by Women's Forum and IEEE Guntur subsection KLEF in association with IQAC and Academic Staff College. Before I begin, I am happy to extend my warm welcome to our chief patrons, advisors, the Women Forum members, students, alumni, and friends who are joining us today. If you are joining us for the first time, we are excited to welcome you. We are excited to welcome you to this new dynamic virtual space. Though we are not gathering in person today, this online setting allows us to engage nearly 19 women personalities and the attendees from various places of India. We have designed the first day of virtual program with 8 keynote speakers, presentations, and discussions in the areas of women health, self-defense, sanitation, hygiene, and literacy. The second day program was designed with another 8 keynote speakers presentations and panel discussions in the areas of women entrepreneurship, legal awareness, technology for women, and women innovators. The keynote speakers share their ideas and discuss with us to enhance their knowledge and enhance our knowledge and skills. Thank you for your presence. Hope we all will get enlightened and enjoy the day, and happy Women's Day. Now I request our convener for second National Women's Summit on Women Empowerment, Dr. SVNL Lalita Garu, to give away the welcome note. Ma'am? Okay. So now I request Dr. K. Ramakrishna Garu, Dean Quality KLEF to address the audience. Ma'am, please unmute Ramakrishna Garu. Lakshmi Prasanna ma'am.
Yes, sir, please.
Thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you. And let me first convey my best wishes to all the women members of this team on the occasion of International Women's Day. And of course, the theme of this International Women's Day for the year 2022 is on gender equality and sustainable tomorrow. Very nicely captured theme for this year. Anyhow, at the outset, I would like to congratulate Dr. Lalita Madam for conducting this event since 2009, the inception of Women's Forum in this university continuously and unstintedly without any break. And I also congratulate the winners of Leelavati Award in this particular year, in the women under the Women Empowerment Scheme announced by AICTE. Our university has been continuously striving hard, not only in empowering the women of our university and our women students, but also in the neighboring villages by conducting various programs under the banner or under the title of women health, self-defense, sanitation and hygiene, literacy, women entrepreneurship, and creating legal awareness among the women, creating some women innovators, and creating entrepreneur developers among the women, etc. So this is a long way to go, and this year we are fortunate to bag an award under this sanitation and hygiene category, and my congratulations to Dr. Ruth Ramya, who led the team. And I am sure that in the coming years, in all the sectors announced by the AICTE, with the efforts of our women faculty as well as our women students in uplifting the surrounding village women, will certainly attract more and more prizes under this Leelavati category. Generally, on this Women's Day, we remember the extensive services done by the great leaders in the women fraternity, like Mother Teresa, Annie Besant, Indira Gandhi, Madam Sarojini Naidu, and of course, Sudha Narayana Murthy, etc. But I wish to recall today the most popular person who is heading this university, keeping this university one among the top 21 category 1 universities across the India, catering more than 18,000 students with one off campus at Hyderabad, and holding more than 1,200 faculty members, out of which 40% are even more than that are women faculty, leading this university in the right direction, progressing ahead and trying to get new heights, and is being led by a woman member, the secretary of our university, Madam Koner Kanchanlata Garu. My heartfelt congratulations to her for leading this university into new heights. We have been bagging number of awards, particularly in academics as well as in the environment, sustainability, waste management, water treatment, everything. It is all because of her unstinted efforts and her personal attention paid in maintaining this campus with utmost creativity. Whenever a visitor comes to our campus, they will get delighted by looking at the greenery, plantation, and the landscaping arrangements of our campus, completely covering more than 45 acres of land with green trees, etc. And that is the reason why our campus is aptly named as Greenfield. And the woman behind everything is nothing but our Secretary Madam, Kanchanlata Madam. Only her efforts and her attention and her keenness in maintaining this campus in this particular fashion led to win many accolades and awards across the country, even the Green Swachhata Awards, etc., etc. So, on this Women's Day, International Women's Day, it is more apt to remember the efforts made by our Secretary Madam, Kanchanlata Garu, and of course, her daughter Nikita is also following her footsteps, and very soon she will also become a good leader. And of course, this Women's Day has also started with equal rights, particularly when the women started demanding equal wages in way back in 1911, and then it gained momentum, and everywhere across the world they started raising the slogans and demanding that the equal rights should be given to the group. And when I was in America, when I went to the Kroger's or Walmart stores, I have seen there whenever a woman approaches with a trolley, I have seen even the Americans, irrespective whether they are Americans or Indians, they give away to women first. They let the women to pass and then they push their trolleys ahead, even at the entrance or even in the counters also. So that kind of importance is given across the world nowadays for the women. But I have some exceptional things which I would like to present before before all of you. For example, you take a girl child or a girl student who has got passion or to learn dance, maybe out of passion or out of her interest or anything, either in dance or music. She gives stage performance and receives many appreciations and accolades. And sometimes even I have seen many girl students are getting national as well as the state level prizes also in their artistic performance on stages. But very few of them I have seen after getting married doing or exhibiting such a kind of what is happening to their talent and what is happening to their passion after the marriage. Very few are only continuing their passion and they are able to exercise their option. And further to say, even employment also. Nowadays, women are also demanding equal employment. But are they able to really enjoy that employment? Are they really able to gain the equality in the family along with the male person? Being employed, are they get rid of the household works? No. As shown in many movies, the husband, the early morning sits and enjoys and orders the wife to bring the coffee, tiffin, and serve, etc., etc. In addition to her job, she has to look after her children. She has to get them ready, and then after finishing all her households, again she has to rush to the job. So where is the equality? Now, even after say 1911, this momentum has started, and today it is 2022. There are so many policies made, so many government rules came in, and people are talking about women equality. Is it really existing in the society? Irrespective of the woman earnings and position and cadre, sometimes she might be earning more than the husband or anybody else in the family, but still, is she relieved from her duties in the name of attaining a particular sanctity to the woman? Only she can do, or praising her. Are we really bringing the equality among them? Recently, I heard one of my friend's relative lost her husband 5 years ago, not now. She lost her husband at the age of 60, and by the will of her husband, all the property has transferred to her. She lives in Madurai along with her daughter. She lived there along with her daughter. She is survived by one son and daughter, and both of them were settled well, and both of them got married. Now, out of fear that the entire property or part of the property may be given to the daughter, the son has dragged her. And the son took her away along with him, claiming that it is his responsibility to look after her mother and departed her from her daughter. And now, for the past 3-4 years, she was subjected to mental harassment at home. And finally, last month, she has committed suicide. Still, in the modern society, also, these things are not coming to books, and these things are happening. And where is the equality? Most of the things are limited to paper only. It should not be like that. The government or national level or UNESCO, whatever it may be, they are trying their level best in bringing out rules and regulations. And we are all talking about the women equality, women empowerment, etc. But most of the times, that empowerment or the equality is limited only to the paper, that is, which is of no use. Strictly speaking, it is not a rule or regulation which will make. The mindset of the people must change. They should give respect to the feelings of the women, and they should appreciate their effort. In my opinion, women do not expect to beyond nothing much beyond this. Just they need to be respected. I mean, they need to be respected in the sense you need not put them in the top. Just you respect their feelings, that is enough, and appreciate them, whatever they do. Even when if you are able to taste the dish well in the home, just appreciate your mother or your sister. They feel happy. That is what they are expected. How many of we are doing that? Empowering women is not just bringing equality. It will not happen. By claiming that we both are equal, it is not that giving an empower. And really, strictly speaking, empowering the women not only brings equality, and it will also create a lot of socio-economic change in the country also. It builds the economy of the country. It was already proven. Even during this pandemic, in some countries like New Zealand, Finland, and Philippines, the women leaders have taken drastic steps and they controlled the pandemic very effectively when compared to these male-dominated countries. So only our people, I have seen, I told you the example of Kogat and Walmart, what I have seen in America. But what happens, you go to DMart now, today in Vijayawada or anywhere in a city, people, whether they don't bother whether a girl or a woman is coming forward and they rub their shoulders. What kind of respect we are giving to the women in this society? And we claim mythologically that yatra naryastu pujate ramante tatra devata. Where women are worshipped, there the deities are performed. It is originated from Indian mythology. Are we really following? Mindset must change. And both genders should respect each other. That is what I think. So anyhow, I thank you, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity. And only my feeling is that there is no substitute for a woman's care and love. That is my gut feeling. If as a person, as a male, if you are able to get the woman's care and love, your life is that's all enough. It is enough for their life. So for that purpose, all must have changed their mindsets and give due respect to the feelings of the women and appreciate their effort. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. And I once again wish all the women members of this team a very happy International Women's Day. Thank you, Anand. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words and thoughts. Now I request Dr. GPS Varmagaru, Honorable Vice Chancellor, KLEF, to address the audience.
Very good morning to all of you.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning,
Am
sir.
I audible?
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Good morning.
Audible, sir.
Yeah. It's pleasure for me to address you on the occasion of the Women's Day. On this occasion, I really congratulate all the women for the great success brought it from the ancient days to so far, and all the all the success which has world has taken is only credit goes to the woman. Woman may be mother or a wife or whatever it is. All the credit is basically from the mother only. So I feel actually the woman is the key success behind all the success of the technology behind this world actually in this place. On this occasion, I'd like to tell that actually nowadays actually the major responsibility of technology development is taken care by the woman scenario, and most of the woman is taking care of uh, all the workforce of the total world in this connection. And right now we have a lot of industries are running behind just because of the commitment and the concern of the woman is taking care. The woman employees where the taking up actually their innovation levels are different, their innovation of ambience is different, and all this thinking of a safe model is is cultivated to everyone through women itself. So I believe that actually the strong culture which is built by the women is driving the total workforce of this world. In this connection, nowadays in industries everywhere, women code forces and a lot of things is happening out there. Women challenges are happening out there. Every industry needs women people out there because the commitment and values they give, and the service. The service they do without expecting. I mean, a lot of things actually they service what they do. That actually there a lot of things are happening. Every MNC company is putting the challenges out there, and industry is majorly focusing on technology, and without technology nothing is there actually, and women is playing a major role in that. So in that connection I tell you that actually these days all the companies are offering the challenges. It may be code challenges, it may be technology challenges, and it may be niche areas, whatever it is actually all the industry is offering. And I welcome all the women to take it up the challenge, and their thinking level, use their thinking level, put forward your innovation into it, and that will convert you to a big model of a new era of technology out there. There are no limits in this world actually. SpaceX programs have started already, and there are people who are communicating with trying to communicate a projects called aliens projects, and also people are talking about nanotechnologies. Walls are built up with nanotechnologies. Every microchips of cameras, microphones, and speakers, everything is built into the nanotechnology out there. And not only that, actually cyber security is moving towards a different direction out there, and 5G technologies is converting all the IoT towards the remote access of the total thing. And in this connection, I believe that actually a woman can take it up the directions and move forward in the the new technical era in this connection. So being a technical university we have, and we are most of the our students are playing a major role in all the activities of the technology out there. All the clubs are taking up nowadays. The learning system is changed towards informal learning. Most of it actually, most of the people are working with their hobbies. From the hobbies to they're learning the system out there, and that actually women plays a major role in this connection. And I really appreciate the commitment which is and the values they provide and the culture they provide from the ancient days to so far. And all I would say the hats off to the commitment of what they had actually. And I really congratulate all the men for bringing this total world towards this scenario of a technological world at this place. All the credit goes to them. I really congratulate them, and I wish all the young women actually for the BTech or budding engineers, budding professionals, to wish all the best in the future career and future endeavors. And I thank everyone for giving me this opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable words. Now I request Dr. C.H. Hanmantrao Garu, Dean Student Affairs, to address the gathering. Now I request our Honorable Chief Guest, Srimati Siva Kanchana Lata Garu, Secretary KLEF, to give away her valuable speech.
ఎక్కడ స్త్రీలు పూజింపబడతారో అక్కడ ఐఎమ్ వెరీ ప్రౌడ్ అండ్ హ్యాపీ టు బి ఏ ఉమెన్. ఎత్ర నార్యస్తు పూజ్యంతే రమంతే తత్ర దేవతాః. వేర్ ఉమెన్ ఆర్ ఆనర్డ్, దేర్ ద గాడ్స్ ఆర్ ప్లీజ్డ్. ఎక్కడ స్త్రీలు పూజింపబడతారో అక్కడ దేవతలు ఉంటారు అని అంటారు. గర్ల్, we can see 3 R's, triple R in a girl. That is Ramyam Ramaniyam, beauty; Rajasam, royalty; Raudram, their power of energy. We can experience all these 3 R's in the girl at our home. I personally, as a mother of 2 boys and a girl, I know the difference and importance of girl. ఆడపిల్ల ఇంట్లో ఉంటే ఎంతో కలర్ఫుల్గా ఉంటుంది. They dress up very beautifully. They show extra affection towards parents. Sometimes we cannot even tolerate their affection, unlimited, without boundaries. అదే రమ్యం రమణీయం. ద ఫస్ట్ ఆర్. ఆడపిల్లలకి చాలా సెల్ఫ్ రెస్పెక్ట్ ఎక్కువ. మేము ఎందులో తక్కువ, వై నాట్ వి అనే ఒకలాంటి రాజసం చూపిస్తారు, రాయల్టీ. అదే సెకండ్ ఆర్. థర్డ్ వన్, ఇక వాళ్ళకి ఏదైనా నచ్చలేదనుకోండి, రౌద్రం, బీభత్సం చేసేస్తారు. That is their power. The third R, రౌద్రం. 24 గంటల్లో 64 కళలు చూపిస్తారు. At the same time, they are beautiful, bold, and well behaved. Every girl has her own beauty. It may be physical or eternal. Some are very beautiful by looks, some by their smile, some with their beautiful heart. We admire them. వాళ్ళల్లో ఒక లక్ష్మి కనిపిస్తూ ఉంటుంది. At the same time, they are very intellectual and intelligent. If some problem arises, they solve it immediately. And even in the competitive exams, all top rankers are girls. Intermediate, MCET results వచ్చిన రోజు పేపర్స్లో ఆల్ ర్యాంకర్స్ అందరూ, టాపర్స్ అందరూ గర్ల్సే ఉంటారు. దేర్ వీ కెన్ సీ ఎ సరస్వతి అండ్ దుర్గా. వాళ్ళకి కోపం వచ్చిందంటే దే ఫైట్ లైక్ దుర్గా టిల్ దే అచీవ్. Girls are excelling in almost all the fields, like CEOs, pilots, even in the rocket launching. As a business person, they are there in every field. They can do wonders wherever they are. Girl is a multitasker. As a daughter, sister, wife, mother, whatnot, she is the epitome of the universe. In spite of all these qualities, still girls are suppressed in many countries, like some Arabic countries and many tribal communities. Still they are under dark corner. They are not supposed to come out. They are only limited to the household task, like that. Society should know and treat them they are equal to everyone. Give respect and gender equality by following workplace etiquettes. At the same time, I want to advise the modern girl or a woman, live life like a king-sized. Achieve your heights as much as you can, which is acceptable by the society at the society. Don't pervert or misuse your God's given qualities and freedom. Living independently is different from throwing arrogance. There is a lot of difference between self-respect and arrogance. Never misuse your freedom. Never lose your femininity and nativity, as you are playing a major role in the society's development. A well-educated woman in the family makes her family well-educated and build a healthy society, thereby the strong nation. So as a girl, you are in a key position to the country's development. A girl or a woman is a bridge to carry our heritage and culture to the future generations. Try to be a well-behaved and become an eminent personality in your near future. I hope so. All the best. Thank you. Thank you, one and all.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your valuable words. Now I request our chief guest of the event, Mrs. Vanita Datla. Before ma'am's speech, I would like to give a brief introduction about her. So it's my honor to introduce our chief guest, Mrs. Vanita Datla, Vice Chairperson and Managing Director at Elico Limited, Hyderabad, Telangana, India. She is an Indian businesswoman. She is a bright student all through her academic years. She did her Bachelor of Arts from St. Francis College of Women, Hyderabad. And she was a silver medalist, graduating second in her MBA class, along with earning the CFA charter from the ICFAI Business School, India. And she earned a place on the Dean's Honor Roll for securing a percent 4 GPA at Wichita State University in the USC. She has also served various corporate, academic, and non-profit boards over the years. Apart from her professional career, Vanita has keen networking skills, which has helped her to be elected in industry associations. She is a frequent speaker at various professional and academic forums, and she is passionate about women empowerment and contributing positively to women's issues. Now, I request our chief guest, Mrs. Vanita Datla, to address the gathering.
Good morning, everybody. I would like to wish everybody a very, very happy International Women's Day. This theme for this year is Break the Bias. And we as women have been facing a lot of discrimination, a lot of bias every phase in our life, whether it is in the personal side or on the professional side or in general society. I think this generation has to take up the responsibility in breaking the cultural mindsets, breaking the taboos, breaking the gender stereotypes that do not allow equal opportunities for women in the country. Today, we have a very talented young female workforce, but they need to continue and they need to sustain in the workspace to be able to create much more value for the country. As we know, there are a lot of women entering the workplace, but they do not continue up the ladder. And we see a lot of dip as the ladder goes up. This has actually resulted in a very, very minute percentage of women in senior positions. Today, we require women in senior positions, especially in those forums where decisions are being made, where policies are being formulated, because only then whatever laws and policies are formulated at the country level become all the more equitable and are fair to every section of society. So please, young girls and boys, we need male champions to break the bias and ensure that we live in a fair, equitable world where every single person has an opportunity to fulfill their ambitions and go along and achieve their dreams. I wish you all the very best, and I would like to thank the organizing committee of KL University for inviting me today to share my thoughts with all of you. Thank you so much, and have a wonderful International Women's Day.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your wishes. And please accept the token of appreciation. So with this, we came to an end of our session 1, that is the first day of the event. And tomorrow by 10 o'clock, we'll be starting our day 2 session with other 4 themes of women empowerment. Thank you so much. Sorry for the inconvenience. Now I request our Dean Student Affairs, Dr. C.H. Hanmantrao Garu, to address the gathering. So moving on, now I request Srimati Kanchan Lata Garu, Secretary KLEF, to address the gathering.
Day. I'm very proud and happy to be a woman. Etra Day. I'm very proud and happy to be a woman. Etra Naryas tu pujyante ramante tat.
We regret further technical inconvenience. Moving on, it is my honor to introduce our chief guest, Mrs. Vanita Datla, Vice Chairperson and Managing Director at Elico Limited, Hyderabad, Telangana, India. Vanita Datla is an Indian businesswoman. She is a bright student all through her academic years. She did her Bachelor of Arts from St. Francis College of Women, Hyderabad, and was a silver medalist, graduating second in her MBA class, along with earning the CFA charter from the ICFI Business School, India. She earned a place on the Dean's Honor Roll for securing a perfect 4 GPA at Wichita State University in the USA. And she also served on various corporate, academic, and non-profit boards over the years. Apart from her professional career, Vanita has keen networking skills which has helped her to be elected in industry associations. And she is a frequent speaker at various professional and academic forums. And she is passionate about women empowerment and contributing positively to women's issues. Now I request our chief guest, Mrs. Vanita Datla, to address the gathering. So due to certain issues, we could not able to connect to the ma'am. So moving on to our first theme, women health. Now I would like to introduce Dr. Chaitra Sontineni, a co-founder of Breast Health India. She is currently working as consultant oncoplastic breast surgeon and endocrine surgeon at Pink Breast Cancer Center, Vijayawada. And she bagged distinction in pharmacology and ophthalmology. And Dr. Chaitra has published papers and also presented abstracts at various international conferences, and she has received several awards from various conferences for her paper presentations. She possesses special surgical skills related to breast surgery and endocrine surgery. And also she develops short stories related to breast cancer and other issues in a very meaningful manner to enhance women awareness. Now I request Dr. Chaitra Sontineni to present the audience and aware the audience. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Pujita, for that kind introduction. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present at your platform. I would like to begin this talk on women's health with a small video, if it's possible. I apologize to any members of the audience who are not Telugu speakers. This video is actually in Telugu. నీకోసం ప్రత్యేకంగా డబ్బా తెచ్చింది లోపల కబుర్లు కథలు చెప్పుకుందాం మన బుద్ధి ఒక పూటే సరదా గడిపేద్దాం రానాళ్ళమ్మాయి పిల్లవలేదు రాధాకృష్ణ ఒకటవలేదు తిరిగి ఉత్సవం రద్దయింది పట్నం బాబు కుయ్యో కుయ్యో కుడి నొప్పుంది గుండెల్ల సత్తిగా వస్తూ పోతూనే ఉంది ఏమక్క ఇది వరకే విషయం చెబితే బాగుంది ఇబ్బంది ఎప్పుడో నయమయ్యే మా ఊరి వంకర డాక్టరి చెప్పాలంటే ఇబ్బంది పరీక్షలంటే జాగ్రత్త ఆసుపత్ర కమలమ్మాని పొరుగురి వంకర గౌరి ఆలస్యం చేయొద్దు దయాన్నే పట్ల హాస్పిటల్ సరైన బ్లడ్ స్పెషలిస్ట్ ని వెళ్ళి చెప్పండి కమలా రొమ్ములో నొప్పి గదలా ఉందా చూడలేదండి వేరే ఇబ్బంది ఇంకేమి లేదు పరీక్ష చేద్దాం సరే మేడం పరీక్ష ప్రక్రియకు మీరు భయం లేదా సిగ్గుపడవలసిన అవసరం లేదు పరీక్షలు 3 రకాలు మొదట బ్రెస్ట్ సర్జన్ చేసే శారీరక పరీక్ష 2 వయసు మరియు సమస్యను బట్టి మామోగ్రామ్ అల్ట్రాసౌండ్ లేదా మొదటి 2 పరీక్షల్లో రొమ్ముల్లో అనుమానిత మార్పులు ఉంటే కణాలను చేసే పరీక్ష ఇబ్బంది లేకుండానే డాక్టర్ పరీక్ష చేశారు మామోగ్రామ్ ద్వారా పరీక్ష చేశారు రేడియాలజీ డాక్టర్ పరీక్ష చేశారు ఒక నీటి తిత్తి వెనుక చిన్న గాయుందన్నారు నీటి తిత్తితో ప్రమాదం లేదు తదుపరి పరీక్ష కాయి కణాలకు అదే బయాప్సీ అమ్మో అంత పెద్ద సూదే ఏమండి కమలా గారు సూదికి మీరు చక్కొద్దు చిన్న మత్తు వేస్తే మీకు ఏ నొప్పి తెలియదు ఈ ఆఖరి పరీక్ష తోటే తెలిసింది ఒకవేళది క్యాన్సర్ అయినా ఉండొచ్చు అది తొలి దశలో పరీక్షకో ఆపరేషన్ కో క్యాన్సర్ అన్న మాటకో భయపడి వెనుకడుగు వేయకండి రొమ్ములో ఏ సమస్య వచ్చినా వెంటనే బ్రెస్ట్ స్పెషలిస్ట్ సలహా తీసుకోండి కొంతమందికి రొమ్ములో క్యాన్సర్ ఉందని నిర్ధారణ కావచ్చు, కానీ అది మరణ శిక్ష కాదు. తొలి దశ రొమ్ము క్యాన్సర్ పూర్తి చికిత్సతో మంచి ఫలితాలు ఉంటాయి. గుర్తుంచుకోండి, ఆడవారు మీరు బాగుంటేనే మీ ఇల్లు బాగుంటుంది. మిమ్మల్ని మీరు నిర్లక్ష్యం చేసుకోకండి. వారం తరువాత రిపోర్టు వచ్చింది. క్యాన్సర్ కాదు కానీ కాయను తీయాల్సి వచ్చింది. ఇటువంటి కాయున్నోళ్లకు మరియు ప్రతి నెల స్వీయ పరీక్ష అని డాక్టర్ మేడం. మీరు కూడా మీ రొమ్ములకు స్వీయ పరీక్ష ప్రతి నెల చేసుకోండి.
I hope that video was audible and understandable. So today's talk on women's health and of course breast health as well is going to go about on the lines of what precautions women must take to avoid certain women related health issues and what kind of awareness they need in order to get a diagnosis early and not delay treatments. And especially related to breast health, we have this YouTube channel called Breast Health India, in which we have videos in English, Hindi, and Telugu related to breast health, which is, of course, public access, and anyone can view these if they want to get more awareness regarding breast health. I would just like to say that awareness leads to empowerment, and taking charge of your health is the second step in the path towards empowerment. Women's health is slightly different from men's health, not just in terms of the different kinds of organs we have compared to men, but also in common systems such as the skeletal system or the endocrine system. For example, thyroid problems are much more common in women compared to men. And bone health issues are also very common in women compared to men. Gynecological issues are obviously only occurring in women, and there is some amount of awareness about these in the general public, because every woman usually goes to a gynecologist at some point or the other in their lifetimes, especially during pregnancies or even afterwards for bleeding issues. So it's very common for a woman to go to a gynecologist and get her problems sorted out. But the region where we are lacking in this country is about breast health awareness. Breast cancer is the leading cancer in India. It's the cancer which causes the maximum number of deaths, not just in women, but in general speaking. And yes, it is the most common cancer, women and men put together in this country. Coming to breast health, in order to maintain breast health, one needs breast awareness. And there are 5 points regarding breast awareness. A woman must know how her breasts are normally like to the touch, and also and how they look like as well. Second, a woman must also know what changes can happen in her breasts. The third point is a woman must regularly check herself and look out for these changes that can happen in the breast. Fourthly, when changes do occur in the breast, a woman must contact her breast surgeon so that she can get evaluated for these changes. The fifth point is women who are over the age of 40 years must go for annual or biannual screening programs, that is a mammography. And this is a screening process, that is a woman who does not have any symptoms related to the breast also must attend these screening programs so that cancer can be detected during its early phases. Breast cancer is a very large problem even in India. Internationally speaking, 1 in 8 women develop breast cancer in their lifetime. In the UK, where I've previously worked, 1 in 9 women get breast cancer during their lifetime. In India, though the number is a bit different, 1 in 29 women might develop breast cancer during their lifetime. The major problem here in the country is that a lot of these women are not screen detected cancers. That is, they present when the cancer is very advanced, and the mortality rate, that is, the death rate, is very high, up to 40 to 50%. Whereas when you look at populations in the Western world where screening programs exist and women are aware about breast issues, uh, the, the death rate due to breast cancer is very low, only about around 5%. So there's a huge difference between 5% in Western countries compared to the 50% death rate that is there in India. So I would just like to go through a few things about how to examine oneself and when to examine oneself. Breast self-examination is ideally done once every month. Women who are already breast aware and know how to check themselves need not follow this exact pattern of checking during the same time in the month. But women who are not used to doing this, it is a good exercise to start practicing this once a month so that they get used to the pattern and then do it occasionally whenever the thought comes to mind. Women who are postmenopausal, that is, women who do not have their periods, or women who have had hysterectomies, remove their uterus, these women do not have their periods, so they need to set a fixed date every month to do their breast self-examination. Ideally, the first day of the month is the best day because it is easier to remember. And women who do have their periods, the breasts are the softest around 4 to 5 days after the period starts. So around that time every month would be a good way to go about with breast self-examination. There are two parts in a breast self-examination. The first part would be to look for changes in the breast, and the second part would be to feel for changes in the breast. While looking for changes in the breast, one must derobe themselves, at least the top half of their body, stand naked in front of a mirror, and look at the shape of the breast with the hands by their sides, with the arms raised up, and with the hands firmly pressed against the hips. One must look for dimpling in the breast, any pulling of the nipple of one side that is not same to the opposite breast, if there is any swelling in the breast, or if there is any dimpling in the breast. To feel for lumps or feel for changes in the breast, a woman must use the middle 3 fingers of the opposite hand and check in the whole of the breast and also in the underarm region for lumps. The examination can be done while being stood up or while lying down. While lying down, it is convenient to look for the lumps which are in the back part of the breast, that is present in the deep tissues of the breast. While standing up, I think the best way to go while doing the breast examination, is doing it while you're in the shower with a wet hand and soapy hand, so that it is easy to feel lumps, especially lumps which are slippery. The whole breast needs to be checked. You can do this in 3 ways, either by palpating the breast in circles, going up and down all over the breast, or touching the breast in wedges, inside to outside or outside to inside. Always one must feel behind the nipple as well to check for lumps or any discharge. Some of the changes you might notice during a breast self-examination are changed skin texture, one of the nipples being pulled into a different direction, a breast lump being felt, swelling in the breast noted, a lump in the underarm, redness or warmth in part or whole of the breast, the nipple being retracted, that is going inside, dimpling on the skin, nipple discharge, which can be clear, watery, or it could even be bloody discharge, yellowy discharge. Discharge can also mean that there is an underlying cancer, even though there is no lump present in the breast. So discharge is something that you must seek medical attention for, especially if it is clear, yellowish, or bloody in color, and change in the size of the breast. Whenever you notice any changes in your breast, you must seek medical attention. When you go to a breast doctor or a breast surgeon, there are three things a breast surgeon will do, and these are called triple assessment. The first one would be clinical examination, that is, the doctor would examine you with their hands. The second is imaging, which might consist of an ultrasound scan and or a mammogram and or an MRI scan. These are the usual imaging tools that are used for breast triple assessment. And the third one is a biopsy. A biopsy is done only when there are significant findings during clinical examination or imaging. If clinical examination and imaging turn out to be normal, a breast biopsy is not done. So a clinical examination, the doctor usually follows a similar pattern to what you do during a breast self-examination. It is usually not painful. However, women who already have underlying breast pain might feel a little bit of pain due to the pressure applied by the doctor. However, it is still important to get a clinical examination done for both the breasts and the underarms and the dimples here on the neck. So all these three areas are checked by a surgeon while performing the clinical examination for breasts. Coming to imaging, ultrasound scan is done for women of any age, and it is a painless procedure and it involves no radiation. However, ultrasound scan is not a good screening tool for breast cancer because it does not pick up very small lesions, and even if it does pick up small lesions, they cannot differentiate between benign and malignant lesions, that is cancerous and non-cancerous lesions. A mammogram is usually done for women over 40 years, definitely if they do come for breast symptoms. Between 30 and 40 years, depending on the clinical examination, a surgeon might ask for a mammogram. Under 30 years, only if there is a high suspicion for breast cancer will a doctor ask for a mammogram to be performed on a woman. This is because women who are younger have very dense breasts and findings are not clearly seen on mammograms. This is the case usually with analog mammograms, which are commonly available. However, digital mammograms, 3D mammography, and contrast enhanced digital mammography are excellent tools, and women who are younger, especially in their 20s and 30s, can have a contrast enhanced digital mammogram or even a 3D mammogram for picking up breast lesions, which are not normally seen on analog mammogram machines. The third thing is a biopsy. Does every lump that is detected on an ultrasound scan or a mammogram need to be biopsied? I would say the answer is majorly yes, unless a woman is under 25 years old and if the lump has certain characteristics that are clearly benign. Every other lump needs to be biopsied. Anybody over the age of 25 with a new lump needs to have a biopsy on that lump, even if it looks benign on an ultrasound scan. This is because smaller cancers can mimic benign lumps in the breast, and this can lead to a delayed diagnosis in many cases. And this is one of the prime reasons why women who do come and seek medical attention beforehand still succumb to breast cancer, because the decision of doing a biopsy is not taken by the appropriate people who are taking care of her. And biopsy is not something that needs to be scary. It is done under local anesthesia, which is a tiny needle prick, and the rest of the procedure is not at all painful because of the local anesthesia. Usually post biopsy, we do offer some painkillers and antibiotics, especially in the Indian scenario, but they are not entirely necessary for everybody. A very common breast complaint is breast pain. Around 40% of women present with breast pain or develop breast pain during their lifetimes, and almost 99% of the times breast pain is not because of anything dangerous. Breast pain usually happens because of hormonal changes, or there's another a technical term called ANDI, which is aberration in the normal development and involution of breast, commonly known as fibrocystic disease or small cysts in the breast. These are usually seen in women who are in their 30s and 40s. Breast pain before that age usually occurs due to hormonal changes and can be present before a woman's period start, that is premenstrually. So that is called cyclical breast pain or cyclical mastalgia. Whereas women in their 30s and 40s can have breast pain only in one breast or in certain areas of the breast due to local tissue changes, which are not dangerous changes, by the way. And this is called non-cyclical mastalgia or non-cyclical breast pain. Some people do have this pain in association with breast cysts, and if the cysts are large enough and causing pain, they might need to drain the cyst. That is, we might need to put in a needle and remove the water to relieve the pain. Other than that, there's mostly nothing that is needed for treatment-wise for the breast pain. Pain medication and a good supportive bra are the usual things that will help relieve breast pain. And many women are actually not wearing the correct bra or not wearing their bra correctly, even if it's the right size for them. So one must ensure that the breasts are well supported, especially if one is suffering from breast pain. Breast pain can also happen in women who have very large breasts, and this is because the weight of the breasts fall on the muscles that are behind the breast, and these muscles are supplied by the same nerves as the breast. So heavy breasts can also cause breast pain, and one must consult a breast surgeon in that case so that they can get the appropriate advice. Breast size. So a lot of patients do come to me asking questions about breast size, both women who feel they have small breasts and women who feel they have large breasts. So to women who feel they have small breasts, your breast shape is in proportion with your body size, usually. It is not a sin to have smaller breasts compared to other people. The natural thing is that women who are smaller, have a smaller frame, do have smaller breasts because that is the weight that their muscles can carry. And many international models also do have smaller breasts, so there is nothing wrong in having smaller breasts. But of course, it is one's own individual opinion of oneself. If somebody does want to have larger breasts, there are things that can be done. Muscle exercises increase the size of muscles that are present behind the breasts and artificially give the appearance of the breast size being increased. When women put on weight, sometimes their breast size might increase. And of course, then there's the completely artificial way of increasing breast size by using cosmetic implants, which is not always necessary, but to each their own. And coming to large breasts, that is more of a problem compared to having small breasts, because large breasts, which are heavy, can lead to a lot of back problems and chronic pain. So weight loss and exercise are very important in such women. And even after weight loss and exercise, if the pain is persisting and the size is not reducing, a reduction mammoplasty, that is surgically reducing the size of the breast, can help the woman alleviate her pain symptoms that are being caused by excessively large breasts. I would just like to briefly touch upon breast cancer and its treatment. Breast cancer is usually not something that everybody is aware about, even though it is very common nowadays in India. Women in their 20s and 30s can also get breast cancer. I personally have two classmates of mine who've had breast cancer in their 20s from Vijayawada. So it is a very alarming thing that such young women can also get breast cancer. And it is very important for young women not to neglect a breast lump, not to wait till it grows in size before you present to a doctor, because the treatment of breast cancer is best when the cancer is smaller in size. The larger the cancer grows or the more it spreads, the more different types of treatment one will need. The primary form of treatment for breast cancer is surgery. And depending on the size and type of breast cancer, some people might need chemotherapy. Very early breast cancers, which are hormone receptor positive, HER2 negative, that's a very good subtype of breast cancer. They will not need chemotherapy, especially if it's a woman who has already achieved menopause. Coming to radiotherapy, not all breast cancers need that. Again, it depends on the stage of the cancer, and also it depends on what kind of surgery you're having for breast cancer. Just because a woman has breast cancer does not mean that her entire breast has to be removed. Breast conserving surgery, or lumpectomy with a margin, is a very commonly performed surgery, can be done in different ways to maintain the shape of the breast as well as the size of the breast. And women who do want to have their entire breast removed, that is a mastectomy for breast cancer, they can also have a reconstruction, that is an artificially implant and some muscle tissue from the body can be placed and a new breast can be created. So breast cancer, if especially detected in the early stages, is not a debilitating disease. However, the treatment part, which extends for about a year, the basic treatment part, which extends about for a year, is a little tough. But many women get through it very easily. Women are very strong. I've seen so many patients. They sail through chemotherapy even with hair loss and everything, and they are very strong, and they themselves actually console their own family members and just say, I can do this. So early breast cancer has a very good excuse me. Sorry. Early breast cancer has a very good survival rate of about 90 to 95%. So women need not be worried if they are diagnosed with breast cancer. As the stage of breast cancer advances, the survival rates sort of plummet, especially if it is stage 4, which is metastatic breast cancer, which has already spread to the other parts of the body. The delay in detection of breast cancer is usually due to lack of awareness amongst women and their family members. Sometimes a woman might find a lump in her breast, but family members might be discouraging and might not take her to a doctor, especially if this is true in the case of rural areas where a woman herself is not really capable of going all the way up to a doctor by herself and is dependent on family members. And a lot of times women are hesitant to go to doctors, especially because their local doctors, they're shy to show their breast to a doctor, especially if it's a male doctor. And sometimes it is also possible that they do end up going to a doctor, but they've gone to the wrong kind of specialist. They go to a female doctor, but that female doctor might not be somebody who's specialized in breast surgery. So going to the right person at the right time is paramount. And a delay in detection, like I've previously said, might increase the amount of surgery and treatment that is needed. So we need to, at all costs, improve the rate at which breast cancer is detected. And this is done by screening programs. Screening programs usually begin at the age of 40 in the USA and at the age of 50 in the UK. However, Indian women develop breast cancer at an age much earlier than compared to the Western world. So even women in their 30s need to be aware of any breast changes that happen, women in their 20s too. And any new symptoms or any new lumps that have been noticed need to be brought to the attention of your breast surgeon. Coming to screening mammograms. A screening mammogram can detect cancer even before it spreads outside the breast duct. That is, it can detect breast cancer when it is still in stage 0, and which is sort of the best stage for a cancer to be detected because it has not spread even outside the lining of the ducts inside the breast. And treatment for stage 0 breast cancer is very good. Treatment for even stage 1 or 2 breast cancers is also good. So getting that screening mammogram done after the age of 40 years, every 1 to 2 years is very, very important. I'd like to stress here that especially if you are a woman between the age of 40 and 50, your breasts might still be very dense, and an analog mammogram is probably not a really good idea. The least you should go for would be a digital mammogram. And if there are 3D mammographic facilities or contrast enhanced digital mammography facilities available to you, definitely go for that as well. So this is the diagram depicting how early detection is done. Early detection is done when a woman is breast aware and regularly checks herself for breast changes and goes to her screening mammogram programs regularly. That is once a year or once in 2 years at least. And the breast self-examination, if you're someone who is not currently in the habit of doing breast self-examination, the best thing would be to do it once a month in the beginning so that you fall in track and do it regularly thereafterwards. What to expect during a mammogram? So a mammogram is basically an X-ray of the breast. So let's talk about digital mammography. So digital mammography, each breast, 2 X-rays are taken for each breast. These are very low dose X-rays, so there is no real worry about the X-rays causing any damage to the breast or leading to cancer, even if you get it annually. And the advantage of 3D mammography is that it is a 3-dimensional image. So it detects more lesions and it reduces the number of false positive lesions compared to analog mammography and digital mammography, because the lesion is seen from all around in this case. It is just like the difference between a chest X-ray versus a CT scan of the chest. As many people would have had in the past 2 years due to COVID being so prevalent, many people would have had a chest CT scan being done. So it's the difference is similar. The difference between a chest X-ray and a CT scan is akin to the difference between 2D mammogram and a 3D mammogram. So women who have breast pain already, it's best to take a painkiller before you go for your mammogram, because the breast is pressed between two plates for the X-ray to be taken. And even though the compression is only for a few seconds, about 4 to 5 seconds, still, if you are already someone who has breast pain, the pain might feel exaggerated. So it is best that a painkiller is taken. It is best to wear clothes that open in the front for the mammogram so that you don't have to derobe completely. A sari is also a good thing to wear. You can still have the lower part of your body completely covered during the mammogram. And mammograms are usually done in a secluded room where only the technician will be present, and usually it's going to be a female technician. So there is no shame in getting it done. One should not have any inhibition in getting this examination done, especially because it's saved many lives, especially in the Western world where these programs are sort of fixed for all the population, where everybody on rotation gets a mammogram done because it's part of the government scheme. Unfortunately, here, with such a huge population in this country, it might not be possible to have government implemented mammography schemes going on for the whole entire population. So each individual woman must take charge of her own health and get this mammogram done when she reaches the age of 40, and get it done every 1 to 2 years, depending on her family history of breast cancer, her own breast symptoms, and other things into account. Moving on to other topics, thyroid issues are also very common in women. Thyroid lumps are seen 8 times more frequently in women compared to men. Hormone issues are also more commonly seen in women compared to men. When the thyroid works excessively, there is a hormone excess, and it's called an overdrive. And when the hormones are deficient, when the thyroid is not producing enough hormones, that also leads to problems. The most commonly seen thyroid issue in the south part of India is a hormone deficiency, and it is usually caused by thyroiditis, especially Hashimoto's thyroiditis. There is some evidence to say that excessive iodine intake can induce this thyroiditis and hypothyroidism. However, there are not many papers coming out on this. The government, as it is, follows an iodization a rule when it comes to circulating salt in the population. So all of the salt that is being sold in India is iodized salt, which is necessary for the people in the northern parts of the country, especially near the Himalayan belts, where there is a severe iodine deficiency. But when coming to the southern part of the country, that is Vijayawada and its surroundings, and all of the southern states actually, there is a possibility that excess iodination might be one of the causes of the thyroiditis picture being so rampant in the south part of India. The reason why I'm stressing about this iodine deficiency, iodine excess and iodine deficiency and the thyroiditis is that many women can be hypothyroid, that is, they have hormone deficiency, but they are not aware of it. And this is very important, especially in women of the reproductive age, as it also affects their unborn child if they are pregnant and hypothyroid. So women in the reproductive age who are planning to get pregnant or who have the possibility of getting pregnant must get their thyroid hormones checked in advance of planning any pregnancies, because low thyroid hormones in the mother will lead to many abnormalities in the child that is to be born, and we need to prevent this as much as we can. And also about thyroid cancer, uh, thyroid cancer can present as a lump in front of the neck, multiple swollen glands in the neck. It can present as a change in the voice. It can present as a difficulty in swallowing. It can present as a difficulty in breathing. So women, especially who have these kind of symptoms, must go to their endocrine surgeon or thyroid surgeon to get these things checked out. Again, thyroid cancer is about 4 times more common in women compared to men. Usually, if somebody has or is somebody suspected to have a hormone excess or a hormone deficiency, a blood test is done to verify this in cases of thyroid disorders. And if anybody has a swelling in the neck, a scan is done to evaluate the swelling. If there is a lump in the neck that is assessed by ultrasound and found to be a solid lump, usually a fine needle aspiration cytology, that is a small needle test, is done to check if there are any cancerous cells or cancer related changes in that thyroid gland. The usual treatment for thyroid lumps is surgery. However, not all thyroid lumps do need surgery. The criteria differ depending on what the scan findings are and what the needle test findings are and what the hormone test findings are. And for patients with hormone problems, medicines are the usual form of treatment, whether it is an excess of hormones or whether it is a deficiency of hormones. There's not much that one can do to prevent thyroid cancer. However, in cases where there is a family history of hypothyroidism, that is low functioning of thyroid, especially in one's parents or other relatives, one could go for an annual test for the thyroid hormones to see if their thyroid is in a normal condition or not. Thyroid is an essential gland because it regulates a whole lot of functions, other bodily functions. However, it is very easy to correct any hormone problem, especially any deficiency in the thyroid, by just taking a simple tablet. And also, even if the thyroid needs to be completely removed by surgery due to any cause, replacing the thyroid hormone is very easy because it only requires a single tablet to be taken early morning once a day. Moving on to gynecological health, bleeding and abdominal lump are two of the most common presentations in women, especially when they go to their gynecologist. Bleeding can be caused by a variety of hormone problems, obesity, ovarian problems like PCOD, that is polycystic ovarian disease. Even thyroid problems can cause bleeding problems. Bleeding can also be caused if there are fibroids, that is, if there are lumps in the uterus. Cervical cancer, which was once upon a time the leading cause of cancer related deaths and the highest and the most common cause in women about a decade and a half ago, a decade ago. So cervical cancer also causes bleeding. Now it's the second most common cancer in women, following breast cancer. And endometrial cancer can also cause bleeding. If a woman presents with a lump in her abdomen, the most common gynecological lumps would be a fibroid, or it could be an ovarian mass, which can either be a malignant, that's a cancerous mass, or it could be a non-cancerous mass. And these masses have to be evaluated. How do we prevent all of these things? So as I mentioned, obesity is a very important cause of bleeding disorders and PCOD. Good nutritious food is a key to one's health. Regular exercise, maintaining personal hygiene, and this is especially true when it comes to cervical cancer. Personal hygiene is very important to avoid such problems. Vaccination for human papilloma virus is again a very, very crucial step when it comes to cervical cancer. Women who are not yet sexually active can take the vaccination for HPV, which is actually a sexually transmitted disease that causes cervical cancer in women. Or even if you are sexually active and under the age of 21, you still can have this injection or this vaccination done. And definitely encourage your daughters to get it done. And if you're in college right now, do get it done. It prevents a lot of HPV infections and prevents cervical cancers in the future. Pap smears are a form of testing of the cervix, which every woman must undergo once she comes into her mid-30s, once in every 3 years. This helps detect any precancerous or cancerous cells in the cervix and helps for early detection of cervical cancer. Another important issue with regards to women is bone health. Once a woman reaches menopause, the calcium in her bones gets quickly depleted because of the female hormones going down in amount, which leads to osteoporosis and bone loss. It can cause swelling. It can be caused by, it can be more common in women who have a family history of osteoporosis. Alcohol intake in excess can cause osteoporosis. Women who take more animal protein or soft drinks can have osteoporosis. Women who do not exercise frequently enough can have osteoporosis. And the best way to prevent osteoporosis is to take sufficient amounts of calcium even before you reach the age of menopause. And definitely, yes, one who reaches menopause must take calcium supplements. Any woman undergoing hysterectomy, that is removal of the uterus for any cause at any age, because even some women, they have a hysterectomy in their 20s or 30s. So any woman having a hysterectomy at any age must take calcium supplements. No one will tell you this, and you have to remember it yourself. So the more calcium you take when you're younger, the healthier your bones will be once you reach that menopausal threshold. Avoid bad habits like smoking and alcohol. Exercise is key. Consult your doctor, especially if you're postmenopausal, to see if you are osteoporotic or not. There are tests to determine this, and you can prevent a lot of agony later on that's caused by osteoporosis and weak bones, where anything from fractures to becoming bedridden can happen if one has osteoporosis. And also, vitamin D levels need to be maintained for good bone health. I'd like to summarize this talk on women's health by recalling all the preventive and early detection methods. First being pap smear and HPV vaccination for cervical cancer, breast self-examination and mammogram for breast cancer, a good calcium-rich diet, and exercise for bone health. Always keep an eye out for warning signs, especially excessive bleeding and abdominal lump for gynecological issues, breast lump, breast pain, ulcer in the breast, any bleeding from the nipple. And coming to thyroid issues, keep an eye out for a lump in the neck, thyroid overdrive, that is excessive thyroid. If a person is excessively active, has popping out eyes, that could be because of thyroid overdrive. Or if a person becomes sluggish uh, and is not as active as they used to be, that could be due to a hormone deficiency. So keep all of those things in mind. Always keep an eye out for yourself. Always get your symptoms checked at the appropriate time. Do not wait until things get worse. And I hope you all have a wonderful Women's Day, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the program that's ahead. So thank you so much once again for this opportunity.
Thank you so much, Dr. Chaitra Suntanini, and your information is very valuable, and you have provided a very keen awareness on thyroid, breast cancer, cervical cancer, and other important things which a woman has to like take care before things gets very worse. Thank you so much, and like please accept the small token of appreciation from KLEF.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you. Moving on, like it gives me an immense pleasure to introduce our next speaker, Mrs. Shruti Pandey, who is currently working as Journal Manager FitSo by CultFit. Her key responsibility areas are strategic initiatives, customer management, customer experience, internal collaboration, training, assessments, system and process audits. She also worked as a manager and consultant in different organizations, and she pursues her interests like adventure sports, wildlife photography, trail, and ultra learning. She is very passionate and enthusiastic on fitness. With this interest, she has completed her fitness training certification, and her contribution towards the society is always remarkable. Ma'am, I request you to share your thoughts on women health.
Pujita. That was just glad for it. And then thanks, Dr. Chaitra. That was really informational. I love listening to every aspect of it. Me being in my 40s, so I understand what all it takes and how much you should be aware of your fitness and health aspects. Being a woman, right? So just carrying the baton forward, I would say that women health and fitness, these are the two important aspects of life for us ladies all over the world, right? And the benefit of eating right, exercising right, those happy hormones, they energize you, right? So, having nutritious food, ample hydration, good sleep, it does take time, no doubt, but with a little bit of planning and motivation, the results in this life, they can be life altering. So I started my fitness journey again after turning 40. So it was that time of my life when I realized I need to get back those levels, those energy levels back in my life. It was all about taking care of the family, my professional life. I was missing those health aspects, those happy hormones in the morning. Just took a call, took one step at a time, and I started my running journey again. And that's why I was interested in taking this topic on women's health and fitness, rather. So Dr. Chetra gave you an insight on what exactly are the health parameters you need to focus on. Here, I would, like to take it a bit forward when it comes to fitness, and fitness, that too, daily fitness. So just some points I've listed down categorically. So first, I would say, start respecting the first meal. We should start honoring the first meal of our days. That is the breakfast. Why I say honor? Because having a good breakfast, it energizes you. It kind of, starts up the metabolic process in your body. What you eat as the first meal of the day really matters. It provides energy for the entire day. It starts your metabolism. So please eat healthy. Healthy means good, balanced diet of food that's loaded of proteins, minerals, micro and macro both, right? And please hydrate well. Hydration plays an important role when it comes to fitness. I'll share my what exactly I do. So I wake up around like say 4:30 in the morning, and be me because I'm into running. So I make sure that I at least do a good run. I warm up, I run up, I do a good run in the morning, and that brings those happy hormones back in your body, and you are energized for the day. So you really need to find your happy space. Okay? Hydrate well. Just keep calm and hydrate. Carry a water bottle every time wherever you go. Just make sure that there is a water bottle in your bag always. So because hydrating, it's also a crucial element when it comes to managing your weight. I'm not saying weight loss, but managing your weight. It not only reduces your hunger pangs, but it also helps in eating less during the meals. So please, guys, hydrate well, ladies rather, right? Precisely because being Women's Day. So, and then it comes to weight. Maintain a healthy weight. So maintaining a healthy weight is really important for your overall well-being, not just your physical well-being, but also your mental well-being. We've already heard a lot about the mental well-being aspect. So here, maintaining a healthy weight helps you to see yourselves, and it really contributes towards your overall well-being. And also, being overweight, it does increase the risk of several chronic diseases, and it does contribute in reducing the quality of life also, guys. So eat right. When it comes to exercises, so exercise just 30 minutes daily. Start with anything. Just it could be anything, just waking up in the morning, doing some basic stretches on your bed only, getting up, going to the kitchen, standing there. If you don't understand, if and you don't want to get in the nuances of training, very bit kind of in a very strategic manner, just go to your kitchen, ladies especially, go there. You do the cooking as you do the cooking, So just put something on the slab, do two push-ups against the slab only, do two squats there, then do your work. Just do those things. They really help you. Those happy hormones, they start generating in the morning itself, and you feel good. You just start feeling, yes, I'm taking care of myself. you know so 30 minutes of exercise daily, it keeps your heart healthy. It does keep your heart healthy, and your heart will definitely thank you for that, right? Aerobic exercises like walking, jogging, cycling, even dancing, they're good for you, for us mortals. For me, it's running. For someone out there, it could be cycling, it could be jogging. It could be just having a brisk walk with your friend or your colleague or anyone. Just get up, start. Just start one step at a time, and stop using the alarms. Initially, like I also, when I resumed my uh, running, so I also used to use my alarm, but now it's not like that. It's my body clock that has got accustomed to it. So stop using the alarms, and get up in the morning. Try getting up in the morning, listening to the chirping of the birds, or maybe the fresh breeze that comes from outside. It's really heartening. It's really heartening, and you really feel good about it. You feel belonged to nature. You feel belonged. Just give it a start. Just give it a start and make it a habit. Make sure that becomes your happy space. And those 2 hours in the morning, or maybe just 1 hour in the morning of that exercising, it will rejuvenate you. Trust me, it does rejuvenate. And you are ready for the entire day. Like, bring it on. So, eat well, live well, and be well. As Dr. Chitra had said, you have to take medicines and things like that. For me, I put it in a different perspective. I always say use food as medicine. Please don't use medicine as food. Eat right. Eat the right kind of food. Don't just listen to everything. Everybody is different. Every person's metabolic activity is different. So understand what your body needs and eat right. As we age, osteopenia sets in, leading to osteoporosis and all. So apart from calcium, there are two main, kind of other minerals which play an important or a vital role in women bodies, and those are zinc, and magnesium. Consume zinc. Deficiency of this particular mineral, it impairs the immune system, resulting in thinning of hair and acne. So I'm just talking on the basic things, right? We don't even realize this. We don't even realize, and we keep on taking calcium, 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 because we understand that the bones are getting brittle day by day, osteopenia, osteoporosis is setting in. But we don't realize that there are other minerals also who would have actually contributed towards this. So, guys, please make sure that you consume zinc. Zinc is important. So magnesium, on the other hand, is essential as it helps in sleep, bone, and help remains calcium. They really help us in maintaining our bone health. Talking about other things like the sanity and how else in or what all other ways you can maintain your health. So I believe it's like my observation, my kind of experience. So you should build a support circle. You should build a support circle. Social circles of friends, family, they increase your likelihood of surviving. They do increase, right? Having a group of friends, you feel good, you feel happy. That's a little happiness. Small things in life, they can be only added with a good and a very good inner and an exterior support circle. So the likelihood of health problems, they they just decrease, and your level of happiness increases when you are in a group of friends. Join things like coffee mug meetings, volunteer in an NGO, or join some social cause. Like me, I go in for runs. I do all those runs like ADHM or TMM, big runs. So join those things. Join some social causes. Join a cycling group. Join a swimming group. Join a bikers gang. Do something for yourself. Do something that really makes you happy. You feel that you're doing something for yourself. You are unique. Do something like that. So this is what makes you happy. Build a good social circle. Make friends, right? Don't just make acquaintances. You should have people around you who actually understand you and your needs. Going forward, I would say one very important thing in life that I learned was to say no. Learn to say no. Learn to say, not that pink wala no that Mr. Amitabh Bachchan said, okay? But yes, that also counts. Um, so say, learn to say no, and don't create or don't work under pressure. Don't be available. Be valuable. Realize your ikigai. Realize where you find happiness and work towards it. So keep yourselves happy. Why again and again I'm stressing on happiness? Because there is where your happy hormones start flowing and you start feeling good about yourselves, right? So your happiness is in your hands. It's just in your hands, no one else's hand. You need to understand what to hear, what not to hear, what to say, and what not to say. So don't be available for everyone. Just be valuable in your own eyes. So just, read that, listen to music, go for a run, do anything, sleep, watch a movie, do it for yourselves. Feel that you are important. Just do it for yourselves. As Dr. Chetra very well said, that health screenings are important to help recognize the problems which are there in your body. So even if you feel well, early health checkups and screening, they help in spotting a disease, and we have better chance of effectively treating them. At a later stage, the chances they start diminishing. So I recommend regular checkups. I also go in for annual checkups, biannual checkups, just to make sure that everything is right. And you should not just go in for checkups when you feel unwell. Just go for checkups when you are not when you are well. That is the time when you realize if there is something, there is an underlying current that's going on, or there is an underlying field that's going on. Go for checkups at those times. Right? And the one thing that I really enjoy is sleep. So insufficient sleep, not brings down your productivity levels, but also affects the mental and the physical state of your body, the overall well-being. So I understand that a normal human body should clock around 7 to 8 hours. So make sure that you clock those sleep hours. Important. That is very, very important. We as working women, I would say firstly, we are professionally also working, and we are working towards the family also, right? So we as working women, we really need to make sure that we clock those 7 to 8 hours of sleep. It is very important for overall, because the recovery of the entire body happens during our sleep cycle. We recover during our sleep. So ultimately, it's all about you, and you matter. So make time just for you. Happy Women's Day, everyone. And thank you so much, Dr. Pujita, for making me a part of this panel. I would take. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. So we'll see a small. So we'll see a small activity conducted by our faculty members for enlightening our like workers in taking a good food. So I'll be playing this video now.
మంచి ఆహార రక్షణ ఆరోగ్యమైన వాళ్ళు ఏమి తీసుకోలేకపోతున్నారు. మీ అందరికీ చిరుధాన్యాలని పెట్టుకోండి. ఇలా తిని చూడండి. చెక్క లేదంటే నేను ఇప్పుడు రాహుల్ మొత్తం నేను 10 రూపాయలు పెట్టి అది మీరు అది తాగిన తర్వాత నెమ్మదిగా మనలో ఉన్న షుగర్ కంటెంట్ అంతా అందరికీ వస్తుంది. షుగర్ వ్యాధి అయితేనా అందరూ బాగా యాక్టివ్గా కనుక ఇళ్లలో కూర్చొని పని చేయకుండా వెళ్తూనే ఉంటే తగ్గించడానికి
Madam. So we shall take a 5 minutes break and we get back to the next theme. Welcome back. Moving on to the next session, sanitation and hygiene. Our theme is, next session theme is. So we have our keynote speaker, Dr. Appanna Gullapalli, who is currently working as professor and head of the Department of Anatomy in NRI Medical College. And she has done her schooling at JP High School, Chittoor district, and she has pursued her intermediate at Inter Ratnam Residential College, Nellore. And she got she has uh, cleared her UG MBBS from Adi Chunchanagiri Institute of Medical Sciences, Mysore, and she got postgraduate from Mamata Medical College, Khammam. And also she worked as CAS in government headquarters, Eluru. Apart from all this credentials, she is very much passionate about her classical dancing. So ma'am, I invite you to speak on sanitation and hygiene for this session. Thank you.
Yeah, can you hear my voice, ma?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Yes, yes, I'm sharing my PPT. Vachara, Raman. Yeah, 1 minute. Please give me 1 minute.
Sure, ma'am. Sure.
Yes, good morning, everybody. Dear students, Pujita,
Good morning, madam. Good morning, madam.
good morning. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, madam. Yes, madam.
Can you
Please
see
continue.
my
Yes,
full
video
screen?
also. Video also it is
Screen,
visible.
screen. 1 minute. Hello. Yeah, I'm sharing my
Good morning, madam.
A very good afternoon, Swati ma'am.
Hi.
Hi. We request you to start your session.
Okay. So I'll not be able to see anyone, is it?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay, okay. Yeah. Okay, so hi everyone. Good afternoon. I'm Swati. Wish you all a very happy Women's Day. So I'm also an engineer by training. I was a computer science engineer who worked with, for a very brief time with a software company. Later, I switched on my path more towards a public profile because I was interested in public services, trying to apply all my engineering skills to solve some public problems. So, one particular area that has always been of concern to me is gender empowerment. How can we enable our women to truly achieve their fullest capacity? That was one question that has been haunting me since I left my job as a software engineer, then switched over as a banker, and then moved on to activism. And I'm currently working with TV9 as a researcher and an anchor. So, before I get into the conversation for the day, I'd like to start with some personal stories. The first thing that most of us should try and understand, because this is a one-way conversation, I would love to have a discussion with most of you. But one thing that we should try and understand is, who are women? What are we, referring to when we say it's a Women's Day? Who are we referring to? What do we mean by women? Who is a woman exactly? Is it just that, a person and, an organism which is born with female reproductive organs like ovaries, some, fallopian tubes, a vagina? Is that a woman? Are we calling the biological sex of being a female a woman? Or are there something else beyond what the biological sex is that makes who a woman is? I'll try to demonstrate this with a very personal example of mine. I was born a female, right? Like most of the women out there, most of us are born female. We are born with females' reproductive organs. But that alone doesn't make us women. In the process of growing up as a woman, I have encountered so many things that made me who I am right now. So let's just assume me and one of my cousin who is a male are born around the same time. So let's say we have few days gap. So when I don't think until I was 3 years old, I knew the difference of what being a woman is in this society, because I assume that my cousin and I were treated similarly. But by the time I remember I entered age 3, that's when the feeling of being a girl, being different from a boy, started getting into my head. So there was a very particular moment when my mom dressed up very beautifully, dressed me up like a bride. I was looking very pretty as a very little young bride. I was 3 or 3.5 years. I remember my grandfather saying, with lots of love, he was telling me, she's looking so pretty, let's get her married. Let's find someone who matches her beauty. I was just 3.5 years, but that struck me very bad. I felt ashamed of it, and I insisted that my mom remove that dress. Somehow, the feeling that a young girl who looks, very pretty or very beautiful should be married off at 3.5 years, even to put the word of marriage in my head at that particular age was too overwhelming for me to even consume. Then, as I was growing up as a toddler, I remember at 4, 5 years old, I was inappropriately touched by many men in the family, many so called elders. I didn't realize what was happening to me. In those days, the concept of good touch, bad touch was not very prevalent. I could not easily share to my parents, nor could we fight them back. So, gradually, the feeling that I am a woman has started registering in my mind. So, I don't think my male cousin, who is born around the same time, must be going through these. Maybe he has his own set of challenges to prove himself as a boy, to never cry. But definitely, I'm under more pressure, abuse than he is. So as things sinked in, as I was in my 5th standard or 6th standard, I remember my dad casually telling me, "No, you should not go on stage and dance. You know, you'll be entertaining many men in the in the audience." I didn't realize what that meant. But then what was sinking into my head as a very young child. You remember when I was born, I was just an organism, with just reproductive organs. This body, this brain didn't know it was female or male. But as the age went by, at every step of my life, I was being told that you're a girl, that you have some differences, and those differences either make you vulnerable, or they make you an entertainment object, or they put you in positions of abuse, right? And as I went into my teenage years, I was full of beauty. I was looking very, very beautiful, bright, energetic, and active. Then all I remember was there was no discussion of my studies. There was no discussion of my merit. I was a topper in my classroom. I had a very good MCET rank. I bagged seats in some top institutions in India with my AEEE rank. But none of this mattered. All that mattered was Swati, such a bright and beautiful girl. So wherever I was, the conversation was revolving around how I dressed, how beautiful I look, right, and how I talk, whether that I should not attract attention of men, that I should not be overactive, that I should not be hyper, that I should know my limitations, otherwise I'll attract male gaze. So the teenage years shaped me very strongly because I started setting so many limitations around myself. I should not cross some boundaries, that I should not grab too much attention. And then when I came into my graduation years, that's when gender hit me very badly. If a woman is very proactive, if a woman speaks out, if a woman fights for issues, she's not targeted for her opinions, she's not targeted for her ideas, but she's targeted for her character. So the word character started registering on my head. It became very heavy. So how much ever you speak, whatever your ideas may be, you may be fighting against casteism, you may be fighting against nepotism, you may be fighting for merit, you may be speaking very articulately about your ideas for the nation, but what you'll be called or recognized for is your character. And now, as a career woman, as a woman who is out there trying to do some change in the society, trying to add some meaning, then the biggest question I'll be asked is, when will you have a kid? How do you balance your family? Don't ignore your husband, take care of your family. So, what I'm trying to say here is, the male cousin who I have, we were born just with 1 month gap. At the time of birth, we were only different by our reproductive organs. But by the time we reached our 30s, I'm 31 now. By the time we reached our 30s, we are two different individuals. I was a female, he was a male then. Now I'm a woman and he's a man in this society. So this society, all through the years of enculturation, has taught me how a woman should behave, how a woman should not attract attention, who a ideal woman is, that being a woman is sometimes a curse. I had those moments when I felt being a woman is the biggest curse I had. I was always looked down upon as a weaker sex. I was never given due for my merit. I was always looked upon for my beauty. People don't engage with my ideas. Very rarely do people make meaningful conversations with me. So, because the moment they come to me for a conversation, it's mostly about my family or the man in my life. But I do have ideas. My head is full of ideas, bouncing for the nation, trying to do something. I have opinions. So, why Women's Day? Now, whenever you are looking at woman or Women's Day, this is the context I want to set to you. Many people out there say that, okay, if you're celebrating a Women's Day, then there's a Man's Day too. But there's this clear difference that the society is making. If we had a society where two children born on the same day, a male child and a female child, grow up to be male and female just the way they are, for who they are, for their physical or intellectual or emotional capabilities, then great. But unfortunately, we do not have such a society where two children born on the same day live equally. They are facing different circumstances. I agree that men may be having their own set of challenges, but the society largely, if you look at any issue that woman faces, the society largely looks down on women, doesn't give them their due. It doesn't give women the opportunity to explore the fullest potential they have. So that is the reason we celebrate a Women's Day. It's not because women are greater than men, it's not because we want to dominate men, but it's because the society didn't give women their due. Women are capable of so many things. We didn't yet give them the opportunity to explore who they are. So if you ask me why a Women's Day, it's because man is here, woman is here. It's just to bring women here, not as an equal of man, but to the potential she can reach. So Women's Day is never about woman being equal to man. Maybe man is greater or maybe a woman is greater. We don't want to get into the debate. It's the comparison is never with men. It's just about women. I, Swati, born a female, should be able to explore my highest potential without the society telling me what I am capable of or where I should be. I, Swati, should be able to achieve whatever I want. Not because some man became a prime minister, just because I have the potential to be prime minister. Not because some man became CEO, just because I have the potential to be the CEO. So a woman should get her due not because men occupied those positions, but because women can and may want to reach those. If a woman chooses to be a housemaker, homemaker, or if woman chooses to have a very relaxed career, so be it. It's a choice. We need not demean her for choices. So Women's Day is just celebration of who we are as women and acknowledging the challenges that women face on a day-to-day life. These the challenges that I demonstrated from the moment I was born as a female to the moment I became a woman who I am, I demonstrated a set of challenges. If you touch each woman in your life, they'll have so many stories where they are told that they cannot do many things, where they are, laughed upon for their emotions. They very easily say women are emotional. So what? Yeah, women may be emotional. There are some women who are emotional. There are some women who are not so emotional. Emotional doesn't mean weak. So, Women's Day is an opportunity for all of us to celebrate women for who they are. They are emotional, they are not emotional. Let's accept and celebrate. They may be weak, they may be strong. Let's accept and celebrate. They may be ambitious and not so ambitious. Let's accept and celebrate. They are who they are. Let's accept and celebrate. Let's not set the thoughts, the limitations on their thoughts at a very early stage. Let them give what's their due. So in this process, I want to highlight one more area where men can contribute and where men should contribute. Women's Day or women empowerment for that matter can never be complete without men's participation because we are coexisting in this society and we need each other. We need each other's backs. So what can men do? First, acknowledge your privilege. Born as a man in the society, you have so many privileges. Let me give some examples. So my male cousin, like I was referring to, at the age of 5 or 6, he may be touched upon, inappropriately, but he has all the strength to go out and speak about it. He may not have the strength to speak about it, but if he speaks about it, nobody would say, you only went and, attracted him, that's why he touched you. Nobody would say that. But for a girl child, many will still say that, why did you go closer to him? Next, at the age of 8 or 9 or 10, he's out on the playgrounds playing with his friends. Whereas, however well I played badminton, by the time of 6 or 7, I have to be back home. Late in his teenagers, my cousin has socialized with many of his friends. He went out in the evenings. He went out late in the nights. He met different people. They went to the restaurants. They spent late nights, conversations, which shaped his social skills. He knows people better than me because whatever the time maybe I have to be back home by 7 or 8 because it's not secure for me. So his social skills are strong because he had access to playgrounds, come what may. His physical skills are very strong. He has muscles which I don't have. And then later, as we entered our respective careers, after a particular time, I should not be very ambitious because my father may not get me the bridegroom I want. Whereas my cousin should be ambitious because he should earn. He should prove his society, his position in the society, and he needs to grow as much as he can. Whereas I need to be conscious about my growth because some man should come and marry me. So, just the examples that I'm giving show that men have some privilege. Your privilege may differ. Some men have this much privilege, some men have more privilege. But acknowledge that being born in our society, men have some privilege. So, on this Women's Day, I request all men out there take a moment to see the privileges that you have. Are your cousins not able to go out while you are able to go out? Are your cousins not accessing playgrounds while you are able to? Are your cousins as free as you are to dress in the way they want? What does your family ask you about? They will ask you about your job, they'll ask you about your earning, whereas they ask your cousin about marriage, how she looks, if she's losing weight. So start recognizing the differences in the privileges that our society is giving each one of us. And once you accept and recognize these privileges, you can start sharing privilege. You can help women in your life to explore who they are, to become who they are. And please remember, at least on this day, it's never about man versus women. Many may showcase Women's Day as, because we have Women's Day, we need a man's day. No. Women's Day is needed because women did not get their due in the society. You look after marriage, how many women go through so many things which a man won't. A woman is expected to relocate to a new family, adjust, and to prove that she's the ideal bride. We can get on this conversation for as long as we can. But at every stage of life, there are some frameworks which are set for women, the ideal woman, which are not so for man. If they are for man, it's more about ambition, earning, strength, and masculinity, which enable him to be recognized in the society. Whereas for women, it's about beauty, character, family, being simple, which degrade her position in the society. So, as I wish you all a happy Women's Day, I request you all to acknowledge your privileges, even the woman to speak out because nobody can stand for you but for yourself. So, speak out, stand up for yourself, own up who you are, and never accept others' judgment of who you are. If you feel that you're strong and capable, you are strong and capable. Your father or brother or your mother or your sister need not tell you that you're weak or you cannot do something. Only when you go out there, start doing, fail, then you'll learn. So be ready to fail. What will happen? So just fail, explore who you are. And if you didn't watch the movie Captain Marvel once because that's a movie that teaches us to accept who we are. So Brie Larson in that film ends up with this dialogue: "I don't need to prove who I am to you." So I think each woman should start getting on with this slogan. We need not prove to others who we are. It's high time we acknowledge by ourselves who we are and what we are capable of, and explore who we are to the fullest potential. So wish you all a very happy Women's Day. Thanks for giving me this opportunity. And I take leave now. Bye, everyone.
Madam, please accept the small token of appreciation from KL University. Hello? Hello?
Yeah, I was unable to unmute for some reason. I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah,
Please accept the small token of appreciation from KL University, madam.
thank you so much. Would love to meet you all in person sometime. Thank you.
Yes.
Yeah, bye.
We'll have a break for 1 hour or half an hour, depends upon the next resource person. And I request you all to take a lunch break. So welcome back to the afternoon session. Aparna ma'am? Aparna ma'am? Ma'am? వినిపించట్లేదు సార్.
This one is a round. Hello. Hello.
Yes, ma'am. Hello.
బాగా వచ్చింది. Hello. Hello, madam. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, మీరు అన్మ్యూట్ చేస్తారు నన్ను.
మేడం
మీ దగ్గర అన్మ్యూట్ అయిందండి నాది. షేర్ చేయండి.
yes, ma'am. We given presenter role to you, ma'am.
సో పీపీటీ ఓపెన్ అయిందమ్మా.
PPT ఓపెన్ కాలేదు మ్యామ్, మీ వీడియో విజిబుల్ అయింది.
ఒక్క నిమిషం. క్లోజ్ చేయండి. ఇప్పుడమ్మా
ఇప్పుడు విజిబుల్ అవుతుంది మ్యామ్.
Shall I start?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, dear all, I'm sorry for the late. Yeah, a very good afternoon for everybody. Today I'm going, my session is on sanitization and hygiene. Okay. First of all, I have to introduce myself. You have given me already my introduction. Still, I have to introduce myself to you people. I'm Dr. Aparna Gullapalli. I did my MBBS and MD in anatomy. doing. I am a professor and HOD in NRI Medical College. Yeah. So today's topic is on sanitization and hygiene. So everybody knows about sanitization and hygiene, but still we are talking more and more nowadays because of this corona and what are the next topics we see. So every day our personal hygiene should be there. What is that hygiene? What about it? Hygiene. So that is first and foremost is the washing hands. Okay. So here washing hands means for each and every purpose we should not wash. The more washing also will shed off all bacteria from our hands, and it will get we don't receive any what you call antibodies like that. Okay. So once in a while per day, if we touch any hard surfaces, that means if we touch any other very uncleaned surfaces, then only we have to wash your hand. And next thing is the keeping body clean. So we all know we'll take bath every day, and some people will have the habit of not taking bath and just simply they'll push means they'll put some what you call nowadays deodorants have come, right? So they'll put that because of their laziness and all, they don't take bath properly, right? So it should be there in your, you should have daily body clean, that means bathing. And next, the third thing is brushing teeth and covering the mouth with when you are coughing. Okay, so covering mouth when you are coughing, not only because of the corona sake, and what are the other bacterial infections like tuberculosis and also other bronchitis. Some people will be having severe asthma. So all these are some of the infectious diseases. So when we are coughing, we should close our mouth by keeping the hand aside. Now, so here in Telugu, one point is you have seen, that is ఇవాళ బాలలు రేపటి పౌరులు అని చెప్తారు, అవునా? సో you are becoming teenagers from the childhood. Okay, children's body will change, and in order to stay healthy. Okay, what is teenager? Teenager means the children bodies have the change, and in order to take the stay healthy. Okay, so that you have to take the personal hygiene habits need to change also. So what are they? So here we are seeing this, what is adolescence? So here we are seeing the adolescence means what? Anybody knows it? What is adolescence? Anybody? Yes. Adolescence is to becoming from childhood to puberty stage. So here, let's see some facts and tips on puberty for girls. What is it? Here, what is puberty and what sets it going? And will I feel different from my usual self? So what is puberty? Here, as I told you already, that is body is taking number of changes and develop into adult body. So here this change is due to extra amount of chemicals. So that is called hormones. That is called hormones being proceed in the body. That is puberty. Okay, changing of the changes in the body due to chemicals, that is called hormones. So here what sets is going? What are those which are changing moments? Means you will see all the emotions like that. Okay, any happiness, any angry with your parents like that. So will I feel different from my usual self? Yeah, you can feel. You will feel the different what you call changing of your breast, and that means increase in size of the breast, and you will get the axillary hair, as well as in female genital organs, near the hair on the female genital organs. Like this usual changes you will see in your body. Now, here I have mentioned some physical changes. What you are seeing here in the face, you may get the pimples, okay, and also the sweat. Sweat is more prominently seen in the regions of armpits and the hands. That means in the palms also. And the main, most important thing is what you are getting is the menstruation. Okay, your period starts begin at your puberty, and you will grow up. That is height. Okay, you get taller, and breasts. Your breasts will grow, and hair grows in your armpits and on your legs, and also between your legs. That means that is the area where you are seeing that is female genital organs. Now, changing in the body shape as well as hairs everywhere. So here a lot more changes. Okay, man, what are the other changes other than those changes you will see? What are these? Feeling more sensitive, and also the intense emotions, and also the mood swings, and unique unfamiliar emotions and conflict. So here what we are seeing, these are all the changes you will see during the adolescent or at your puberty stage. So the first one is the feeling sensitive. Feeling sensitive means, so sometimes means at the puberty age you are getting the menstruation, right? So during menstrual cycle you will have more bleeding. So due to that more bleeding and uneasiness in your body will take place. Along with that you will feel very sensitive, and sometimes if anybody scolds you, you are cry like that, it will happen. Okay. So intense emotions. What is intense emotions? That means tremendous decisions. You take the tremendous decisions, and mood swings. What are those mood swings? Either we take the decisions will be changed from immediately from one decision to the another decision. And unfamiliar emotions. What do you mean by unfamiliar? That means you will have what you call intensive uh, emotion. That is nothing but, okay. And conflict. Conflict means you are fighting with your brother or your parents. If they say if the small things, you will fight with them. Okay. So these are the more changes you will have during your puberty. So how to cope with these feelings? How to cope? You will feel you can talk to your elders. So read about it and talk to your adult. That means your parents, your mother, most probably with your mother or your elder sisters, like that. And take clues from the trusted friends, and also see a professional. Professional in the sense you can go to the psychiatrist. So here the psychiatrist means he is not only treating the patient, and he will give the good advices how to live in the generation. Now in these generations we see more the psychological patients here. Okay. Now come to the menstruation. What is the menstruation? Everybody knows menstruation is also named as a period or the menses. Okay. It is nothing but a monthly blood flow of the blood flow from the uterus through vagina. So here in the diagram, we are showing the structure of the uterus, which is having the vagina and the body of the cervix. So here, all the blood will be passing throughout the vagina. Okay, so that is menstruation, and it starts at the age of 10 to 14 years. It starts at the age of 10 to 14 years. Previously, the girls will get mature at the age of 13 and 14. That is the late age. That is nowadays by having a pizza, burger like that, means it is depend on their food habits also. Depend on their food habits, they are getting the menstrual cycle previous. So that means at the age of 10 or 11. Okay. So here menopause. What is menopause? The stopping the bleeding through vagina. So here that means the female does not get, means the female won't fertile further. Okay. So that will be at the age between 40 to 50 years. Right? So that is menstruation. So here, what is the question here you will be having regarding menstruation? Is the menstruation is a big deal? No, not at all. Every female, every girl will have the situation how to face. What is menstruation? As I have told you already, that is a blood flow from the vagina. Okay. And what will it happen? When will it happen? When? That is menstruation occurs at the age of 10 to 14 years. And is bleeding is dangerous? No, bleeding is not at all dangerous. That is all depend on, means the every month blood flow, outflow will be managing your body temperature as well as pH, and also it controls your hormonal levels, and that will related to your hormone levels in your body. Okay, if hormones are getting imbalanced in your body, then you will get the improper menstruation. So what are the examples here? Improper menstruations. That means for every 15 days, those who are having menstrual cycle, and some people will have for every 10 days the menstrual cycle. And the third thing is the students or elders will be having their menstrual period at the late, that means after 1 year, after 2 years, once in a year, like that. Okay, so then it is the dangerous. At this level, you have to take some doctor's advice and some blood tests, and also you should undergo the treatment for it. And next is, what should you do? What you will do during menstrual cycle? You should keep your body clean and clothes too. And previously, what you will do in olden days, that is our grandma's days, they used to make the people sit away from the room. Sit away from the room. They won't make them to do any work, and they should not touch anything in the room or something else. They have to sit like that in a corner. Okay. So that I hope that is more better than nowadays. Everybody are coming inside and going their works as properly. For that sake, what happens? The person don't have proper food in offices or in colleges. Okay. So during the menstrual period, the woman should take proper food and with proper protein balanced diet. That's called balanced diet. Okay. So otherwise, what happens? She'll get more irritable and fatigue. The person will get fatigue. Okay. Some people will fall down. The remaining means during pregnancy time or during the delivery time, she'll get more complications, okay, medical complications. She will face more medical complications if they don't take more proper food during menstruation. And next, is every girl's period is same? No, it's not same. One girl will get every month period and another girl will get every 3 month period and another person will get every 6 months period. Okay. If the period is so long other than the 6 months, then you have to take the medical treatment. Next, what about the sports? During, as I've told you already in previous days, they want that all, that means the duration of the menstrual cycle is 1 to 5 days. Okay, so these 5 days they should not do any type of sports. They should not play any type of sports. Why? During the menstrual cycle, our body, that means especially in the region of female genitals, the muscles as well as vessels and nerves, all these contents are very weak because of the loss of blood. So we should not do any type of exercises during the menstrual cycle. So if you do the exercises during menstrual cycle, all these structures will get damaged. It is possible to get the damages. Okay. So how you will deal with this? Talk about it. So you can talk about menstrual cycle with your friends, like I'm getting once in a year or twice in a year, like that. And be prepared for that. Whatever it is, whatever treatment you want to do, for that you have to prepare and be happy. Take rest. So all of you know how to use the pad. And here there are so many types of pads will be present nowadays. We are seeing in the market types of pads. All of you know that. What medical problems you are getting regarding, means during the puberty age. So the first thing, infections. What type of infections will you get? If you don't take any good food or good hygiene, what type of infections? Infections, irritation. Common infection is irritation. And next, irritation at what areas? Irritation in your vaginal areas. That means female genital organs at the region. So that why you are getting the irritation means some people, if they wear the pad in the morning, they will remove that pad in the evening. So that is very bad. If they are not removing the whole day wearing a single pad, with the single pad, they will get the irritation. So in between you have to change the pad frequently. So that is the common infection what you will get. And if you are not taking bath, also you will get the skin diseases, skin problems, and small acne like infections you will get on your skin. And excessive body hair growth. And the next thing is the problems related to menstrual cycle. Already told you, if you won't change the pad, that will give more irritation at that region. Now come to the nutrition hygiene. So in this period, the woman, from childhood to the woman, and in between the puberty age. Okay, so that is the stages of a female girl, right? So here from the childhood you have to take good food, what you should not do and what you have to do. Here I have differentiated two structures, that is do not and do's. What are do not? First we go see, that is normalize severe abnormalities or symptoms, should not ignore them and ignoring persistent irregular cycles and heavy flow or inadequate flow of period. That means heavy bleeding. Your normal bleeding per month means per day is 10 ml or at the most 10 to 30 ml. Okay, so that is normal blood flow. Here, popping pimples and native self-esteem, pimples and acne, and irregular cycles that we have seen already. That means endometriosis. That means endometriosis means thickening of the uterus. If some people will be having the elder women, that means after 30 years, every woman nowadays commonly they are having fibroids in the uterus. All the fibroids won't be reached to the metastasis, but they have to undergo further investigations. In that investigations, they'll be knowing what is what. And what you have to do, you have to take the balanced diet, take necessary supplement at the time, and take menstrual hygiene seriously, and consult the gynecologist regarding the doubts or heavy symptoms. So, and the common issues, what you are going to see is the mood swings and nutrition deficiency. That means vitamin deficiency. Most of the girls will have, or women will have the anemia. Okay, they are suffering from anemia. And also the premenstrual syndromes, onset of PCODs or PCOS. Okay, polycystic ovarian diseases. So what is balanced diet? So here we are seeing so many, that is of fruits, dairy groups as well as grains, and also protein food and vegetables. Okay. Taking more protein food also will damage our kidneys as well as liver. So here our liver cannot digest each and every protein, right? So we have to take a balanced diet per day. How much we have to, how many calories we have to. For that you have to approach a dietitian, and according to your health problems, they will prescribe a diet, balanced diet for you. So that here, keep away from the snacking culture. So the people, as I told you before, the children, those who are having the burgers as well as pizzas, please stop to have that. Avoid being a cob potatoes. That is more carbohydrate also will make it will become more danger. What is your personal hygiene? We have taught previously, that is brush teeth twice a day and preferably close eye. And bathing is important every day, and take hair wash, trim your nails, and use deodorant or persistent as you need it. Wash hair regularly and wear clean soap, socks and underwear every day. So feminine hygiene, what is this? Feminine. Feminine means what we are, means outlooking someone. Wear loose and breathable bottom cloth. So that means so that you won't get any sweating near the vaginal regions. And remove wet, sweaty bottom clothing as soon as possible. If you wear also, it should be limited time. That is for 1 hour or 2 hours, like that. Not more than 2 to 3 hours. Okay. Wash your vaginal area daily with mild soap and water. Here, one more important I want to tell you. So wash your vaginal area, not with Dettol or something else. Some people, I heard some people are washing with Dettol only. Don't use Dettol or some other chemicals to wash your vaginal parts. because they cause more irritation, and those are all very sensitive places, right? So we should not use those. With mild soap and water, you have to use. Wash your vaginal areas. Wash your genital area thoroughly after your urination. Every urination you have to wash your vaginal, means genital areas. So change sanitary napkins frequently, right? Yes. Thank you for listening my speech. If any doubts, yes.
Ma'am, here only few are present and remaining are watching on YouTube live streaming, ma'am. So
Yeah.
they could not answer, like listen to you or question you now.
Yeah. So finally, I would like to thank you, Dr. Pujita, again, and thank you for everybody for listening my lecture. If any question here, you can directly contact me. I can give you the solutions. Thank you. Yes, Pujita, shall I leave?
Thank you so much, ma'am, for your insights, for all your insights on sanitation and hygiene. And okay, ma'am, you can, if you have work, you can carry on.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. So, going on to the next guest of this theme, like the next speaker, Dr. V. Nagalakshmi. She is currently working as Managing Director at IMIS Pharmaceuticals Private Limited. At present, she is a council member of CII Andhra Pradesh. And she is an alumnus of UDCT Mumbai, where she obtained her doctorate degree in pharmacy in the year 1996. And also, she did her postdoctoral work for a year and taught degree and diploma students of pharmacy in her early career years. In 20 years of her industry experience, she improved manufacturing process, developed new formulations, and presented papers in national and international conferences. She also served as a chairperson AP of Indian Women Network and Women's Wing of Confederation of Industry in Indian Industry, which was formed for networking of women professionals and helping women progress in their careers. She also visited many countries and was also a part of the team which participated in Indian Women Leaders Training Program conducted in Tokyo by IWN. I request you, ma'am, to share your thoughts on this theme. Thank you. So now I request Pavni ma'am to share her thoughts on self-defense.
Yes, ma'am. Am I audible now?
Yes, ma'am, you're audible.
Am I audible? Can anybody
Yes, ma'am, you're
confirm I am
audible.
audible now?
You're audible, ma'am, but your voice
So
is
much.
breaking a little bit.
Thank you so much. Let me check my audio. Is it okay, ma'am?
Ma'am, it is audible, but it is breaking little bit.
Is there with me? I just see the technical just then I come out of yeah.
Get confirmation now. Is it available? Good afternoon, everyone. Am I audible? Hope I am audible to all of you.
Yes, ma'am, please carry on.
Yes, ma'am. Please. Yeah. Thank you so much. First of all, I'd like to wish all of you, all women, happy International Women's Day. I would like to wish all the girls to present here as women to successful success in their career, whatever they choose. And first of all, the job has been given.
Pavani ma'am. Pavani ma'am, we are not get your
Sorry,
voice.
it's my now.
Madam, we are not get your voice.
Now,
Still same problem, madam. Madam, better to change the place. Net signal is somewhat poor.
Net signal. Yes, ma'am. I hope now I'm clear to all of you.
Now it is okay.
Am I audible?
Yes, now it is okay.
Perfect, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yes. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. First of all, when we see topic self-defense, can I see the text box? Can I see the messages? The definition of self-defense. Anyone? Anyone? Fastest finger fast. Let me see the tab box. The definition of defense or self-defense. Am I waiting? Okay. Fine. Anyone?
Madam, the
Please
students.
do share your. Yeah.
Madam, students
Yes,
are viewing the. They can see the your speech and everything. It is in YouTube live, madam.
Okay. Oh. Okay, fine, ma'am. So we don't get any messages from the students right now.
If we can get the messages in the live, then we will post it in the WebEx, ma'am.
Okay, ma'am. Fine. Thank you. Thank you. Now, if you see the self-defense means to protecting ourselves or oneself, to defend oneself from any sort. If you see the defending of oneself, like different types, like physical, psychological challenges. Say, for example, the physical attack. We can see n number of examples we see nowadays in the society, how the people face the problems with physically especially women. Actually, there is a phobia of the that is strong as men. So, all psychological sort of idea are all
Pavani ma'am, we could not able to hear you.
Now, hello.
Pavani madam, still some disturbance is there. Still some disturbance is there, ma'am.
Actually, there is not okay. The net, mobile net switch off. Is it okay?
Still we are not get the complete. What you're talking, we can't understand, ma'am.
I'm just I have to it will be a bit more clear.
Madam, better to change the place.
Oh, okay. I'll audible is hello.
Madam, still we are not get your voice, madam.
I don't know. Just
I hope it. Now is it okay? Please let me know if there is problem now.
hello.
Pavani ma'am.
I mean, please speak. Yes, ma'am. Hello.
Madam, we can't get your voice, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. But I can hear you. I don't know why it's not involved. I have my network. It's
I think in your end only there is some problem. Maybe net signals are not present.
Net is also available, ma'am. I think I have place. Am I, madam? Hello. Please all continue. Hello.
Hello.
Ma'am, is it audible right now?
Now it is okay, ma'am.
Oh, thank God. Thank you so much, ma'am. And thank you for bearing with because of this technical glitches. Am I audible now perfectly?
Yes, madam.
Yes,
You
yes.
carry on.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Earlier I used the Bluetooth, and now I would like to thank once again. I would like to thank all the people for bearing with me. And we were there in the beginning, self-defense, the definition of self-defense and using of self-defense techniques and the definition. While in the self-defense, essentially see the physically, as I told you, physically when we are strong, even psychologically when we are strong, automatically we can be in a position to encountering the others. See, for example, when psychologically we are strong enough, psychologically we are made up with our mind that yes, we can. So automatically that physical stamina comes out in us. So even emphasize my cadets also. Though the physical stamina is important, rather than that, the psychologically, the empowerment is treated psychologically in a woman. So how it comes? How it comes? Say, for example, the psychological empowerment. That first thing is the challenges whichever we face. Say, for example, you are a girl from our childhood days. I don't say that our tradition like that, but I'm not commenting. But when we see traditionally in traditional Hindu family, we generally hear from our parents, especially from our moms and other members of the family. No, you are a girl, you should not speak loudly. You are a girl, you should not laugh loudly. You are a girl child, so you should not roam around. So be in your limits. Always take care of yourself. There are certain boundaries where the brought up family in the way that they keep on reminding us about our boundaries. So it's like elephant story. All of you might be knowing the elephant story when elephant is in small, with the 2 months or 3 months of elephant, they chained with very big chains. They captured big chains. పెద్ద చైన్లు వేసి దాన్ని కట్టేస్తారు ఆ ఎలిఫెంట్ ని చిన్నప్పుడే 1 or 2 months బేబీగా ఉన్నప్పుడే. Time it becomes big. I mean, ఒక్కసారి అది పెద్దది అయిపోగానే అది ఈవెన్ ఇట్ డజంట్ ట్రై టు కమ్ అవుట్ ఆఫ్ దట్. ఈవెన్ దానికి చిన్న చైన్ వేసినా సరే ఇంకా బయటికి లాక్కోదు. ఎందుకంటే చిన్నప్పుడు అది చైన్ లాక్కున్నప్పుడు చాలా గట్టి స్ట్రాంగ్ చైన్ వేసి ఉండటం వల్ల అది వచ్చేది కాదు. సో పెద్ద తర్వాత అది ట్రై చేయదు ఇంకా, ఎందుకంటే నేను ఎంత లాక్కున్నా ఈ చైన్ రాదు, నేను ఇలా కట్టేసే ఉండాలి అని చెప్పేసి. సో దట్ సార్ట్ ఆఫ్ బ్రాట్ అప్ వాస్ దేర్ till date I can say. So the brought up of we can religion or societal background, whatever the reasons behind కావచ్చు, మన బ్రాటప్ అలా ఉంది. గర్ల్ చైల్డ్ అమ్మాయి అయితే పెద్దగా నవ్వకూడదు, నలుగురితో ఉన్నప్పుడు చాలా ఒబీడియంట్ గా ఉండాలి. నువ్వు ఏంటి, నువ్వు అబ్బాయిలాగా ఉండకూడదు, ఉండు, రెస్ట్రిక్షన్స్, బౌండరీస్. సో అనేది మన సొసైటీలోనే ఉంది. సో దిస్ ఇస్ ద టైమ్, ఇన్ ఫ్యాక్ట్ ఇట్ ఇస్ ద హై టైమ్, it's the high time for us to come out of that. And then I don't want to say that against that we have to go. It doesn't mean that. You should know the balanced manner. Balancing, yes, we are as equal as first thing. So physically we are not that much strong. Though physically not, we are that much. Physically we are not empowered, but psychologically wake up our brain. We have to strengthen our brains psychologically, that we are no way inferior to others. The first thing we have to remember. అది men కావచ్చు లేదా other women కావచ్చు. So first of all, psychologically we have to be empowered. That is my first point. Psychologically we have to be empowered. And the second thing is gender, gender bias or else the inequality in between men women అనేది we have created over the period of time, since ages, like that it has come. That's why the differentiation is there in society right now. But if you see the time long back, like years back, if you see the history, not only Indian culture, the total, I'm talking about humanitarian grounds, humanism gurinchi maatladutunna. I'm talking about humanism. Human, basically we are humans. Basically we are human beings. So even of course the gender definition has come, is another story. First, keeping in of a human being, first of all, we are humans. So that's why there is no gender specific term, gender specific word or gender specific vocabulary for human being. Human being means male or female, that's all. Human being, that's all. So this you have to, every one of us have to keep in mind, we are humans, that's all. We are humans. So later in course of time, in due course, that male, female, men, women, this discrimination has come. But initially we are humans, we are human beings. So the first thing is the humanism, the concept of humanism. So my second point, the first point I already told you, the psychological empowerment, that is the first point. Okay, and it automatically brings, builds, empowers our capability in empowering our stamina. That is the first point. Empowering us psychologically. That's my first point under the title of self. And the second one is, I have told the root word, the basic word, the root word, can say humans. We are all humans. Keep aside of all this, of course, we are in 21st century. Even we can, on with a single pressing of button, with a single press of button, the people reach to move, the people reach to the other planets. We can have a glance within fraction of seconds of all over the world. Every nook and corner is available to us, is available. So only the thing is, technically we are ahead, of course. I am really proud to be saying of technically we are strong there. But whenever we are thinking about our technical empowerment, we have to think with the category of humanism, whether we are equally empowering ourselves or not. There should be no gap between the gender discrimination. We should fill that gap with a bridge called humanism. The discrimination in between men and women, the discrimination gap can be filled with the bridge which is entitled with the humanism. That is my second pillar. So when psychologically you we together think about type of challenge discrimination it's also difference. నువ్వు అమ్మాయి కదా తెలుసు ఇంట్లో we for us and that is second and the third one I'm going to confidence. Every of what an act every what is analysis to I mean defending answer. So anybody is I think department women for members I think from you what an very happy in are also ending so definition yes stands for strength right what stands for weaknesses of course weakness has been changed it's called challenge Ramya madam, am I audible, ma'am? Can anybody please confirm
Yes,
whether
ma'am.
I'm audible or
Yes,
not?
yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah,
Yes,
thank
ma'am.
you. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Audible, ma'am.
Thank you. Thank you
Yes,
so much.
yes, ma'am.
Once again, I'm sorry. Today we are facing a lot of network issues in the campus. Many like of network issue. That's why I'm extremely sorry on behalf of technical difficulties. Yes, yes. I was there at the point of confidence. So self confidence. After knowing about us what strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats, we have to analyze where we are. Say, for example, uh, say, there is a one more example I would like to give you here. Those are the people who are known to us, sometimes we have apprehensions and fear, phobia, hesitation, speak or making contact with people, and sometimes all this we have to know about ourselves, and after knowing about ourselves, we have to find out remedial measures for that. Fine. So in order to boost up like self-esteem, that's most important because this self-esteem helps and this in order to improve our self-esteem. సో మనలో ఒక సామెత ఉంది కదా, దియస్ లక్ష్మి అని. మనం ఆటోమేటిక్లీ వెన్ వీఆర్ బోల్డ్ strong enough, then practically almost half of the problem is solved. Of course, all the time it may not be visible. Majority of the times, practically it is possible when we are strong enough psychologically. మళ్ళీ ఫస్ట్ పాయింట్ కి వస్తాను నేను. Physical empowerment is needed rather than of course physical empowerment, physically మన స్టామినా పెంచుకోవాలి కూడా నెక్స్ట్ పార్ట్ లో చెప్తాను దానికి కూడా ఉన్నాయి ఉన్నాయి. అయితే ఫిజికల్ కన్నా కూడా సైకలాజికల్, ఎస్ నేను ఈ ప్రాబ్లమ్ ని ఫేస్ చేయగలను, ఇట్లాంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ వస్తే నేను రెడీ టు డీల్. సారీ,
ఇంక్లూడ్ చేసి పెడదాం మేడం, అది లైవ్ కి ఇద్దాం.
yes please, somebody saying something. Please proceed. Somebody saying something. Madam. Okay. Okay, fine. Fine. It means I can continue. Right. So confidence is important. So all of you girls, students, make a analysis and then find your strengths, your weaknesses, your challenging tasks, and your opportunities and your threats. And not only knowing about threats and challenges, you have to find the remedial measures also. That is most important. That's most important. Next, as I told you that the psychological component is needed along with physical stamina. Part 2. Just now completed that is psychological empowerment. Psychologically, how we have train our brain. Remember, girls, friends, train our brain. We have to make up. Of course, మన పెద్దవాళ్ళు చెప్తూనే ఉన్నారు, గర్ల్స్ కాబట్టి కొంచెంగా ఉండాలి, ఒత్తిడి ఉండాలి, అబ్బాయిలతో మాట్లాడకూడదు, లేకపోతే ఊర్లో తిరగకూడదు, లేకపోతే ఏదొచ్చినా పెద్దగా మాట్లాడకూడదు, పెద్దగా అరవకూడదు అలాంటివి. కానీ అది ఇప్పుడున్నటువంటి సిచ్యువేషన్ లో వేసి ఈక్వల్ టు బాయ్స్ జనరేషన్ లో మనం అందులో ఉన్నటువంటి లిమిటేషన్స్ తీసుకొని ఈక్వల్ వెళ్తున్నాం కాబట్టి దానికి మనం దగ్గర అవుతుంది. మనకి ఒక బీ రోమ్ అన్నమాట. సో
Pavani ma'am. Pavani ma'am.
మ్యూట్ లోకి వెళ్ళిపోయారు మ్యామ్.
I think Rajeshri is saying something. Ma'am, please tell me. Is time up?
Madam, maybe some network issue is there, madam. Shall we continue for the next resource person, madam? Pavani ma'am.
Yes, yes, please. Yes,
Okay,
yes,
ma'am.
please.
Thank you.
Like
Thank you.
ma'am. Yes, yes, ma'am. If
Yes,
time
thank you.
I'll do the second part. Yes, thank you so much. I would like to thank all the members here. I wish you all again happy Women's Day. Thank you so much.
Okay. Pujita madam, proceed for the next thing.
Okay. So moving on, we have our next speaker, Mrs. Sridevi Sira, is currently working as National Lead at Future Skills for Academia at NASCOM. She is highly focused, result-oriented business development professional with strong exposure in expanding business in a dynamic and changing markets. She has transformed non-performing business units into top performers, delivered multifold growth of revenue and share market. And she also effectively translated clients' requirements into training solutions by leveraging on deep technical understanding and skills. She also notched up multi-million dollar contracts and won business from key accounts in IT industries such as HCL, Virtusa, and Cognizant. And her experience in managing end-to-end learning and development lifecycle, identifying and translating students' learning needs into high-impact customized learning solutions, and curriculum and building training teams. MAM has also superheaded campus operations, including budgeting, zero defect service delivery, quality, and people management. MAM is creative, out-of-box thinker, and she possesses a great leadership skills and who is very much flexible and approachable with strong cross-cultural and interpersonal communication. And she also possesses a lot of analytical and problem-solving skills. Ma'am, I request you to take ahead for this theme.
Well, thank you so much for that warm and elaborate introduction of mine. Before I start, all you lovely ladies out over there, a very, very happy Women's Day. While I say this, heart of hearts, I have a feeling, is this the only day for us? Then probably I say, no, every day is our day. But probably we let the others recognize and salute us on a particular day. And that happens to be this day. Thank you so much, all of you, for taking out your time and joining us over here on this second National Women's Summit and on women empowerment. So before we move on, I was just reading through some of the UNDP reports, and one of the things which struck to me and which is very contextual over here is that we talk about gender equality. We talk about sustainability. If we connect both these dots, the report actually says and calls out gender equality today will pave way for a sustainable tomorrow. It's the most powerful line that I have read in the recent times, I must say. If we look at, women as a species, if you look at, we are the most powerful one. Not because I am one, but because we are that. And that's the reason why there's so much that needs to be understood, that needs to be spoken, that needs to be respected about women. On this occasion, I thank KL University, the entire team, which has actually come forward and given me an opportunity to interact with all of you. I am nobody. I don't think I need to let you guys know what is the power that lies within you. If I just recall, one of the quotes that I read some time back, it very clearly says, I am the sole authority in the dictionary which will define me. This is something that Zaid Smith has actually said. No other word in the dictionary can actually define you best than you. You are that word. You are that power. You are that woman that exists on this planet Earth. So take a big salute for all of you for who you are. Cherish every moment of your life today, tomorrow, day after, and forever. Because this is the most wonderful feeling that you are blessed with. We can actually take pride. We can say that we are the creators. I'm not saying this with arrogance, but I am saying that we have the power to create. Not just merely by giving birth to a child, but also giving birth to any strategic idea, any innovative thought process that needs to be nurtured. If things have to fall in perspective, if things have to really lie in the right spirit, it's very important for a woman to come forth, for a woman to actually come forward and say, hey, look, I will be the master for this. I will be able to handle this. If you actually look at it, the most powerful voice in the world, the most powerful voice that is available is within you. And you should never allow that voice to be silenced. As Malala says, we realize the importance of our voice when we are silenced. When somebody tries to silence us, that's when the actual power of you can actually be coming up. It doesn't say that we need to be provoked to be there, but till then, I think we have a lot of immense patience which is there within us. We keep quiet, we allow things to flow, we wait for things to settle. But once that is done, you are in charge, you are in control of everything that happens in the ecosystem around you. On that very positive note, I'll just like to take a few lines and few pointers I would like to drive it to all of you. What is important is not just come over here for a Women's Day event and clap, cherish, give some smiles, take some pictures and go. That's not enough. And that is only very superficial if we are not doing the right meaning behind celebrating a day like this. The meaning is, we are all fortunate. I must definitely say we are all fortunate. We are sitting, we are talking, we're doing something which we all like. Probably, if you take one step back and look at some other people, some of them who are not with us on this call, some of them who've been deprived for some reason or the other. Who is going to look at them? Who is going to champion their cause? They know not. They don't even know that there is a cause, there is a championing. There are women like this who are going forward and doing things for the ecosystem. I think as educated adults and as educated individuals, it is responsibility for all of us to look at this particular perspective and move things in the right direction. If you look at various mythological stories that you've been hearing over the years, everywhere you have seen there's an equal amount of importance which is being passed on to a woman. On the other side, there are also people who say that no, women needs to be behind the screens. What is correct? What needs to be taken up is something that people need to look at. Okay, if you look at Ma Saraswati, the goddess of the education, of the knowledge, of the wisdom, is a woman. God is Lakshmi, the one who gives you all the money that you require in this world and all that you deserve in this life, is a woman. The Shakti, which actually gives you that empowerment to do what you like to do in life, is again a woman. Whether you talk about India as a country, it's a motherland. You as a woman is a woman. all these, lovely ladies who are here are all women. But somehow people still say there is inequality, there's a lot that needs to be done for them. I'll take you back and I'll tell you a story. Sometime back, I knew one of these girls, okay, and I'm dating back very old time. Okay. Comes from a family which is totally traditional in nature, very, very orthodox in nature, where if you are just able to write a letter, that's more than enough of an education for you as a girl. And then, there was this curiosity which was there with this kid, and, that kid went ahead and said, I want to do something different. I don't want to be just, stopping myself at writing letters. I want to do something beyond that. Went ahead, challenged the situations, and, went on to study a little more, and a little more. So much so that little kid, actually taken up more of responsibility, not just of herself, but also of the family. Of course, there were reasons why she had to take all of that, and we are not getting deep into why she had to take the responsibility of the family. But yeah, while doing so, she realized that literacy or education is going to be one of the most powerful things that can take her closer to the dreams that she had. Not that she had any great dreams, she was just looking at being successful. This was the only thing in her dictionary. This was the only thing that she was looking at. She went on, she studied, she completed her graduation, she went on. She wanted to be a little different from others. So she didn't do her master's, and she picked up another graduation, and she just completed her, her study. While doing that, she went ahead, she did her law, she practiced for some time. And then she realized, this is not my cup of tea. Let me do something different. In those days, where men itself used to think 10 times before they get onto the sales kind of a job, this person took upon herself and said, let me do field sales. Let me get on, let me go head on with sales. While doing that, she realized that was very, very amazing thing. She got to meet new people. Every time she was talking about a product, she had to innovate herself. She had to get through with new ideas, new pitches, new words, new vocabulary, and she had to go forward and forward. While doing that, of course, it's not that she didn't have competition, and she had tremendous competition. All the so-called MBAs were all in line with her and, equally, giving her a tough choice. All of that, she faced it, and she moved on to be rewarded as the best salesperson in that year. All of that was really not enough for her. She was really looking for something more. She was looking at, what else can I do? What else can I do? And she looked around in the ecosystem and she felt, look at my own family. Most of them are not educated. Is there anything that I can do for them to be coming forth and doing and understanding what is required? Today, the Open University degrees, I don't know how recognized and how popular are these ones. In those days, it was just the period where people were looking at Open University degrees. And she ensured that her mother, her two aunts, actually went ahead and completed their online graduation program. Going back to the point that we all wanted to cover for the day, literacy, studying, not just for yourself, but also studying for the nation, ensuring that people around you, people around the entire ecosystem that impacts you, are equally impacted with what you feel is an important cause. And sitting in colleges like this, you and people who are sitting on the other side of the table, this side, like people like me, it is equally everybody's responsibility for all of us to ensure that we contribute a little towards that very important element called literacy. I'm sure when you go back home today, look around. Can you identify at least 3 women, 4 women, 5 women who are not literate? Do you want to leave them there? Is it something that you can do to ensure that all of them are empowered and they move into the literate ranks? Literacy, again, I'm not saying, just teach them to do a signature, just teach them to write their name. No, that's not literacy. What do you mean by literacy? Literacy means actually understanding the situation and taking an informed decision so that they move ahead on the pedestal. That is what is literacy all about. All of us who think that we are literate, probably we need to really relax back and see, are we really literate enough? There are so many other elements on which we are not literate enough. While I'll come back and cover this point, I'll go back to those 5 women in your life who are not literate enough. And when I say literate, I'm not talking only about allowing them or teaching them to write their name, their signatures, and so on and so forth. Are they able to stand up and give a voice for what matters, very important for them in their own life? Can they add meaning to their children? Can they make meaningful decisions for their family? And in doing so, are they able to judiciously take a call? And this is a big word I'm using. When I say judiciously, I'm saying, if they are camouflaged with other people's ideas and ideologies, then probably they're not moving in the right direction. It's often very, very common for you, please go back and observe, that women most often or so carry the thoughts that they hear in the family. Whatever, even if we have to talk about politics, if we have to talk about inflation, whatever commonly is being heard is a thing that gets imprinted with her. And that is what she feels is the reality. And that is where the literacy part is going to be playing a very, very crucial role, allowing her to understand and unbiasedly look at that situation and then ascertain for herself that whatever she's thinking, whatever she's saying is coming from within. She is not getting carried away. She's not getting influenced by things which are otherwise told to her. We are not to be told. We are people who are the people who will tell the world. So we need not be told at all. So that's very, very important for all of you girls. I would actually urge all of you to go back and look at it if you will be able to create an impact in at least 3 women in your life. The day you do that, don't expect that people will come back and give you accolades for that. But when you look back into the mirror, there's an utmost sense of satisfaction, utmost sense of pride that you will carry from it. That is what is women empowerment, according to me. Women empowerment comes when you are able to ensure that you give a hand to a girl or another woman and enable that person to stand for what they believe is a cause for them. Today, when you look around, it's very common. We hear so many things, and I don't want to even get deeper there. So many things, articles, cases, everything we talk about is all about atrocities on women. How is that even possible? How do we allow this? Not just on ourselves. If you're taking care of yourself, that's not enough. If something is going wrong somewhere, are you able to take up your voice and give a solution there, give a voice out over there and say, hey, look, this is not right? That you'll be able to do only when you are socially literate. Socially literate means you know what are your rights, you know what is right, you know what is wrong, and you feel meaningful to stop something which is not correct, something which is inappropriate. And you have that inner sense to correct things which are not correct. Moving on from the social, literacy, I will also go ahead and talk about one more kind of literacy, which is financial literacy. It's very, very common. And I think most women can actually relate to what I'm talking. While a point in time, even I could relate myself there. When you earn money, when you are earning something, how many women are able to invest that money in an appropriate manner? How many of you are able to actually treat that money with the kind of dignity that it deserves? Are you able to do what is really required to be done by what you earn? Probably not, because you're dependent, you're feeling you're feeling challenged, and you're a little unsure of taking that decision with that money that you are earning. You look around for men. You depend on them. It's not wrong to depend on them. But while you depend on them, please start learning that. That is all got to do with your financial literacy. If you are not knowing what to do with the money that you are earning, you don't know how to invest of it, you don't know what to do with that money, you don't know what is the right use of that money, then it is meaningless to earn that. It's very, very important. And if you know of women who are earning well, but they do not know how to save for tomorrow, if they don't know what to do with that money properly, then probably you all should actually take one step forward and try and guide them. Give them that hand-holding for financial literacy. Now we spoke about social literacy, we spoke about financial literacy, we actually spoke about literacy itself. We also spoke about women, and we also spoke about the empowerment of women, and we also covered about the championing cause which is required around, for women with literacy as a tool. I'll move one step ahead, and I want to ask all of us, are we really the women of tomorrow? Are we really doing what is required by us? If people are talking about gender equality, where are we over there? Are we really standing up for ourselves? Are we doing what is really required to be done in that? I want to tell you, be the first version of yourself instead of being a copy version of somebody else. Don't ape others. Don't look at others. Don't try to copy them. Are you inventing yourself? Are you creating a brand of yourself? Now, when I say brand of yourself, I'm trying to connect this dot to digital literacy. Today, each one of us, we know, you get up in the morning, your first alarm that rings is digital. Okay, you want to order food, you go to Swiggy, you go to Zomato, it is again digital. You want to order something urgently, you use things like Instamart, then again it is digital. You want to look at any of the appliances which are there in your home, which are again controlled and coordinated by information technology with IoT, then this is all digital. You talk about your washing machine being monitored and controlled through your mobile as a device, we're talking digital. If we step out of the home, you want to book a cab, you're doing digital. I'm sitting over here and doing this session for you in a digital mode. You want to learn last 24 months. I'm sure all of you have studied and you've continuously been studying, and your teachers have been, putting those efforts to teach you. They all innovated. All of you innovated in terms of how do I learn in a different manner. This was not something that all of us understood, and it did not come naturally to us, right? So we did that, and all of this contributes to updating yourself in a digital manner, right? You never go back to the banks every day now. You very rarely step into a bank. You do all your transactions online. You want to book a hotel, you want to book a home, you want to do anything you're doing, everything is happening digital. Then to understand and coordinate with all of these, are we really digitally literate? If we are not, is there anything that is required to be done? Yes, there is definitely something to be done. And that's something that as a portfolio that I handle, and I'll cover it towards the end. Now, apart from being digitally literate, what else is required of you? Socially empowered. Now, these are words which I'm using, and these are not words just like that coming. And this is like a meaningful flow that is required for all of us. Socially empowered, because if we don't know what is required of you, then probably you are doing a disservice to yourself. I'm sure you heard this line earlier many, many times. If a man is educated, only he alone is educated. If a woman is educated, generations are educated with her. Because you're just not limiting your knowledge with yourself. You're ensuring that the generations are actually getting into there. If you look around the entire teaching fraternity, you will see majority of them, 90% of them, I think, will be all women. And that is where that social awareness angle of being literate and passing on this literacy and socially empowering others is coming naturally to all of us. It's very important that all of you also understand that, it's very rare for all of you to get this opportunity to do what you like to do what you really enjoy doing. Go back and ask this to your own parents, your own mother, your own grandmother. Probably they didn't have all of this as a luxury given to them. Very rarely they would have had it. And it is very important that whatever is available with you, you take charge, you take control of this situation and not just empower yourself, but also empower the other women or, the other people in the society. And when I'm saying socially empowered, let the women be empowered, don't limit it only to women, don't limit it only to female as a species. I'm also saying, if it really requires that you have to pick a bunch of guys to be, to be nurtured, to be held with, please go ahead and do that. And that is where you will feel that you are more powerful. Whenever I find, people coming back and saying that women needs to be treated equally with men, I really feel very uncomfortable with that. And not because of the attitude or anything, but it really pains me. For myself, I feel that women are more stronger in nature. You don't have to be on par with men. You are one step ahead of them. So why yourself, you want to belittle yourself, why you want to be compared with men? You are the best species that can exist in this world. And if you are there, then why, crib or why look for equality with men? You're far, far superior. What you can impact as women is something which is beyond limits, I must tell you. And that is the reason why we urge all of you to be self-aware. You need to realize what you are and ensure that you're going in that right direction. It's very common, that you get derailed with lot of conversations that come across to you. There's so many times that you need to decide between this and that. At that time, don't take a decision with your heart. Be as practical as possible and take that decision with your brain and not with your heart. For one good reason, I think that's precisely the reason why God has placed your brain above your heart. So give it that value and think logically and think correctly for yourself, not just for that situation, but also for a tomorrow that will hit to you later. As long as you are within the situation, you are getting carried away with the situation, then probably you're not taking the right decisions for yourself. Detach yourself from that situation, be more practical, be more realistic in what you want to do with your life, and then only you will be able to take right decisions. All of you who are studying in this beautiful university, you're not studying because you need a certificate for yourself. For God's sake, no, that's not the purpose of your studies. And if that is so, then probably start inventing a purpose for your life. Otherwise, if you already have a purpose, please go back, revisit that purpose and look at it. Do you have a timeline attached to it? If timeline is not attached, then also it is not an appropriate dream to nurture. Each one of you should go back and say, next 1 year, by the time I hit the next Women's Day, what is it that I will achieve for myself, me as an individual, where will I take my next step to, and me as a socially aware citizen, how many people can I really help? Don't think that you are Mother Teresa's of the world, but can you be yourself in terms of helping someone else to go further? And to do that, your literacy, your education is the best tool that is available. And to go forward with that nurturing, with that thing, all your teachers, all your the experienced teaching fraternity which is available is just a call away, it's just a discussion away. Please go and sit and do some meaningful conversations with them. Conversations, when I say that, it's not about some movie programs or some serial discussions or some women in popularity. I'm talking about you as an individual. You become the hero and you become that important person, and see what is it that you have a dream and what is it that you will take forward, and how your education is going to be the best tool to take you in that direction. Whenever, we often find that women, when they are, this is something which is a little sensitive in nature, I should say. Women are pregnant, they want to give birth to a child, they take a break, and that's it. And we are finding it on the other side of this table. We find very often that majority of the women leave their careers at that point in time. There are many organizations, including organizations like Microsoft, like Wipro, like TCS, like Infosys. Everybody is trying to get that second innings for the women. They want women back in the leadership roles, and they want them back, coming back and contributing. Why do you think all of this is relevant? Why do you think organizations are asking women to come back? Is it because they want to have gender equality over there? Probably that could be one of the reasons, but that is not the reason for doing it. Because the kind of valuable contribution that a woman can actually offer is something which is highly valuable. The kind of strategic advisors that you can get to the table are very, very valuable. And these are very innovative in nature. That gives a different perspective to a given problem situation. And that is why women are really encouraged to be in the workforce, to really go ahead and contribute. You look around people, you'll find so many influential women. I take pride. I work for an organization which has one of the 40 most influential women in the globe. That is Devjani Ghosh, our president. How is it possible that some women are actually able to reach there? Because they believe in their purpose of existence. They believe in what they really are here to contribute. And it is, God has not chosen only a select few for doing this. God has chosen all of us, including you, including me, every one of us. But we get derailed in our day-to-day transactional things. And that is where, you should take a pause and look at yourself and say, what am I doing? Is this right for me for today? Is this also going to be right for me for tomorrow? And if I'm not in the right direction, where is it that I can look for support? And please don't hesitate asking for support. Be open, go, ask, and then come back. Do a decision making for yourself and stand for yourself. Remember, I was telling you about the girl, that little kid who wanted to really study, was stopping, and then she went on to study and then, get on to career, and also not just for herself, but also ensured that her mother and her two aunts actually learned something in life. That is the power of literacy. If you are self-aware, you believe in what you are learning is really important, you will definitely want to take it to the other side. And that little girl is no other person other than me. And that's me for you. And I really want to tell all of you, this is not to, tell you a story, but this is like things that you can learn, things that you can observe, things that you can follow for your life. These are very, very important things. And these kind of stories exist in every nook and corner that you know. Within your families, within your friend circles, within your known circles, within your teachers, within your students. You look at the ecosystem, it's full of people like this. And if we are not able to contribute, then probably we really need to do a little bit of soul searching for that. I want to go back to that point of literacy. It's one of the very, very important key enablers for all of us to be empowered. And it's actually something which gives you the real sense of actual possibilities that exist in life. These actual possibilities are there, but they're getting covered because you're not seeing them, you're not perceiving them. You look at them, but then you're not consciously looking into them. So it's very important that you explore all these possibilities and take your right steps in the right direction. Also, I will say, who are the real architects of the society? It's again the women who are the real architects of the society. We believe in anarchy, then of course the entire ecosystem will be anarchical in nature. You believe in education, you believe in something which is more brilliant for yourself, and that is what you will perceive, and you will create a society. So it's very important that all of us understand these things and do something for ourselves. Now I'll come back, and last but not the least, I'll cover a few points on the digital literacy part of it, and I'll park last 15 minutes for some of the interesting questions which can come from all of you. So when we look at digital literacy, there are things like artificial intelligence, there are things like design thinking, there are things like, robotics, there are things like analytics, so on, and AR, VR, and so many things which are existing. Do I really need to learn everything? Or is it enough that I know something which is just important for my job role or my, chosen field? If you look at it, today, all these technologies that we're talking about are intertwined. If you're, let us say, getting into a banking kind of a job role, okay, and if you say, I will only look at the banking perspective, I will look at the managerial elements of this banking, but I don't want to look into any other element, then probably you're doing a disservice, because if you're not conscious of the cyber related elements, then there is a cybersecurity threat which is there. And if you do not know how to use analytics over there, then probably you're not going to grow in your life. So analytics is very, very important. Now, let us say I get into a logistics company or, a product company. And if I say I'm good with my product and I know what to do with my product development and I'm perfect in there, I don't want to look at anything else, then probably you will live, but you will live there for a short while, because technology is taking everything by a stride right now. Within your own role as a product specialist, you should know how to safeguard your product composition. That's where cyber comes into play. And you should be able to analyze how the markets are behaving. So your analytics is important. And you should figure out innovative ways to demonstrate your products. So that's where AR, VR will come into picture. You will also want to just not use your own intelligence, but you want a machine level intelligence to come in. So AI, ML, everything will play an important role over there. If we are not doing all of this, and let us say if I'm just running the product development within the ecosystem and my office, and this is where I will operate everything, then probably you're limiting your opportunities. The minute you get into mobile, web, and you take it to the other levels, that's where the entire world is actually seeing the kind of a product that you are making. So understanding of the emerging technology is going to be a real, element of success for you. I'm not saying that, you need to be a master in all these emerging technologies. So that's not what I'm saying. But within your own sphere of doing what you are expected to do day in and day out, usage of technology and understanding of how the technology is impacting your day-to-day life, your day-to-day job is very, very important. And closing your eyes to that is like closing your opportunity door forever. And that is where, the basic difference between us and the other species lies. they're ever learning. They're always, full of enthusiasm. They want to be learning all the time. And we feel somewhere, pardon me for saying this, but somehow we feel complacent somewhere. That is something that we should really kick it off. And we should say, no, I'm not going to be complacent. I will learn all that is possible, because learning is a continuous thing. That, one of my old professors actually told me, the day, and this is something that, a very senior professor of mine actually taught me while I was doing my law. And he said, the day you feel that you know everything in this life, please dig a grave for yourself, go and die. Okay, this was very hard, to listen and also to digest. But today, if I just pause and look at that statement, with a big smile, I accept that line. Because the day you feel that you learned everything, then there is nothing else to do in life, right? So life is a continuous learning. And when I say learning, I'm just not talking about the bookish learning. I'm not talking about university learning. I'm not talking about digital learning. I'm not talking about social learning. I'm talking about everything together. Even when you talk to someone, there is a learning. When you say something, there is a learning. When you hear something, there is a learning. For example, I don't know how many of you have seen this movie called Kung Fu Panda. I'm sure all of you would have seen it. While I saw that movie, I also saw it just like a movie. But there was a training session that I was doing, and that is where I was looking for some innovative stuff of connecting the dots of storytelling with a cartoon story, something like this. I wanted to demonstrate how powerful is a leader, okay? And the best example that I could figure out at that point in time is this story, Kung Fu Panda. Please go back and see this movie once again, and you will find what I'm saying is there. Leader is not somebody who will have to tell you what needs to be done. It's like allowing you to understand what is your inner potential and allowing you to, blossom with that. And to do that, you don't have to really do any major formula is not there in that. It is just that you need to be self-aware. You need to be told that this is something which is there within you and making you to open your eyes. When I say open eyes, I'm not saying open eyes and look at outside, open eyes and looking inside. That is the power which lies within all of us. Nobody has to come back and tell us that you are powerful. You are powerful, and by all means you are powerful. Probably you're not realizing the power that is actually there within you. You're limiting yourself. You're putting some curtain to your abilities. And to remove that curtain, there is a string that is going to be used. And that string is the education, is the literacy that is there. Just move your curtains with the string called literacy, and you will see that there is a Kalpana Chawla within you. There is an Indra Nooyi within you. There is an Marie Curie, which is there within you. And there is a you within you. And on that count, thank you so much once again for this opportunity. I would like to take, I don't like to be giving more of gyan, so to say. I would like more of it to be a dialogue. If it permits for the audience to ask some questions, I would like to take some of those questions. Otherwise, I see, Dr. Pujita, Dr. Vidyulata are all here on the panel. Probably we can get into an engaged conversation and probably highlight some of these questions for the benefit of others. Thank you once again for the brilliant opportunity for me. Was I audible? I hope.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. You're audible, but they are like the participants are watching all these things in YouTube stream live, ma'am.
Okay.
So we could not able to connect them with you. But if there are any questions which are posted on YouTube link, then like definitely we'll be asking you. We'll wait for 1 or 2 seconds.
That's great. And why not we start off with you guys asking me some questions. Probably we'll keep the conversation on. Anyone? Any questions? Please feel free.
Madam, this is Dr. Lakshmi Prasanna. Can you please tell me, ma'am, in nowadays how financial literacy is useful for the people? In what kind of way that financial literacy is useful for the people? Then how we can motivate the students? What way to motivate the students?
Brilliant. Thank you so much, ma'am, for asking that question. Financial literacy, why is it important and how is it important? I'll just split this question like that. It is important because when, in today's context, vis-a-vis the older times, if we look at, what we earn is definitely better. But given the kind of inflation, given the kind of expenses which are there ahead of us, probably that planning space, which is really required for women, is not there with us. What we generally do is like, okay, I mean, most often also women do this. You get your salaries, you earned something, you just take it, put it into the home, and then you expect all of it to be taken care for the home purpose. I'm not saying anything is wrong in that. That's good. That's a nice family value to be. But you should be aware of how can I make this money work for me? Okay, you have worked really very hard to earn that money. But if you just use it for some domestic purpose, that money is not helping you to move ahead. So there needs to be a valuable purpose of investing that money in a right way. And to do that, the financial literacy is something which really, really helps us. Now, how does one gather or improvise on financial literacy? There are the first thing that we should start off is money matters. So these are things that, some of the articles, some of the books that you can definitely read, in terms of how does money matter to us? Is money only meant for buying certain things? Probably answer is no. Is money meant to give you certain other things beyond what are your common needs? Yes, the answer is yes. So to buy those things or to get closer to that vision of yours, this financial literacy is something which is very, very helpful. And also there are, there are commerce students who are like, they are tuned and they understand how to spend money and all of that. For most others, it looks a little tough for them. It's okay. Let somebody else do this work for me. I don't know where to invest. Even if I have to invest, I don't know which, particular investment is actually going to be a tax saving component for me, be something which will help me meet my expenditure 5 years down the line. Let us say if there is a mutual fund investment vis-a-vis a life insurance, vis-a-vis something else, where is it that I should actually invest this money? Probably to a person who is not really understanding or who's not digitally, financially literate, everything looks same. Okay, we feel whether you put it into this or that, it's all the same. In 5 years, I will take it back. But there are medical expenditures which will come. There are life-related expenditures which will come. There are other, financial spending which is likely to be spent in times to come. Let us say our child is actually going abroad to study, or maybe for their own further studies within the country. We need money. And that is not something that we will sit on that day to decide and, think, where do I get this money from? Today is the day that I should be literate to identify what will be an ideal way to invest this 10,000, 20,000, whatever I'm feeling to be invested, so that by the time when I really need it, this money is reproducing and is meeting the right kind of requirements that I will have. And this is something called as portfolio management. For all the money that we have, there is, there are different kinds of investments that can be done, and that will be basis the risk appetite that you are able to take. Okay, if you are investing into shares, if you're investing into, some other way, you should know how much of risk appetite is there with you. Where is it that you can actually take that risk, even if it goes or if it comes? If it comes, it really, is an immense thing for you. But if it is not coming back in the way you wanted it to come back, then probably you're your financial literacy is not there for you to properly plan. So that is where all of this becomes very, very important. Now, where do they actually gather all this information? A is, of course, all this, newspapers and other social media, which is all available for us to understand and, analyze and study the markets. It's very important for you to pause and look at what's been happening. Where is it that it is important? And there are experts who will be able to guide you. And there are specific programs which are actually created like finance for non-finance people. So these are specific courses which are available in the ecosystem, and those are the ones that we should do, not because you will be able to do everything yourself. You will, even if somebody is guiding you, you should be able to see whether that guidance is right or wrong for you. So to take that stance, this financial literacy definitely plays a very, very important role. I hope that answers your question, ma'am.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please accept the token of appreciation, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for
Thank
giving us a clear, complete meaning of what is meant by women empowerment and taking us to all the insights of literacy. Thank you once again, ma'am.
Appreciate that. Thank you so much, ma'am.
We have learned so many things from your presentation, ma'am.
Appreciate that, madam. I hope I was able to connect properly to all your students. It's always a pleasure to come back to KL and coming from that part of the state.
Yes, ma'am. We will plan for one physical meeting. We will plan for one physical meeting, ma'am. Thank you.
Definitely. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Prasanna, ma'am. Shall I start, Lalita, ma'am?
Yes,
Prasanna,
ma'am. You
ma'am.
can try. Yes,
Yeah.
ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
So moving on, the next speaker is Dr. S.V. N.L. Lalita Garu, who is working as a professor in EEE department at KLEF. She is a senior member of IEEE, PES member, WIE AG member, and currently she is volunteering as chairperson IEEE Guntur subsection Hyderabad section and R10 reaching local members. And she's also a certified trainer of engineering, power distribution, power sector skill council, and NSDC, Government of India. And she also acted as Energy Systems Research Group Head, Power Systems Research Group Head, and Head of EEE Department KLEF. At present, she's guiding 8 PhD scholars and 1 scholar who got awarded, and some other people have submitted thesis under her guidance. And Dr. Lalita has published more than 50 Scoopers Index research papers and filed a patent on assessment of voltage stability index for online voltage stability monitoring. And she also co-authored a book chapter on microgrids protection, and she also presented the WIE Hyderabad section in R10S YW Congress at Indonesia, Bali, and delivered keynote lecture in WIE ILS at Dhaka, Bangladesh. Now I welcome ma'am to give our speech.
Lectures and these afternoon sessions are also going to be interesting to you. And I would like to try to give you a different insight into the thinking of a working women. In general, we feel that those who are earning, those who are financially independent, they are empowered. Are we really empowered? This is the time where we have to question ourselves. So I thought this would be a a right platform to talk about the working women and their financial literacy, because the theme is about the literacy. There are several kinds of literacy. Being able to read and write is the general education, and being able to be employed. So you become a working woman. That is how the people say she's a working woman. So does it mean that the women who are in the house, are they not working? Of course, they have been. Without their work, nobody will be going to the work. So how the role of women has been changing over the years, from the women who has been in the kitchen, taking care of the entire household works, to a CEO, a pilot, and so many ways. You see so many manifestations of the women, the present women, in any area. So I have chosen the topic that we need to have full empowerment for the women. Whatever we think, in my opinion, will be achieved when the woman is capable of knowing what are her limitations, what are her weaknesses, and how to overcome it. It is not, women empowerment is not in the hands of men. It is the women who have to change. It is the individual women, their mindset and their thinking that has to change. This is what my strong opinion is. So when so many people, they talk about the women empowerment from different angles, but I thought this is something most of the women, they neglect. So I thought, let me throw some light on financial literacy. So I have chosen the topic working women and their financial literacy. So first of all, what is working women and what do we think is the definition of working women? From the ancient women to the modern women, how the roles have changed. There is a transition from a housewife to the so-called working women over the years. Earlier, the working was limited to within the house. Now, the work is inside and outside the house. So, the work pressure on the women has increased comparatively. The working earlier was unpaid and unnoticed because it was only within the family. And now the women are going out and they are earning the salary. So for the work what they are doing outside, they are being paid. So they are receiving the salary. And we are talking about the women empowerment. Who is going to bring in the women empowerment? So as long as we feel that someone else has to come and empower the women, then we will never be able to achieve the empowerment which is required. Why should anybody come and help us unless somebody, if we expect some kind of a help from others, it means that indirectly we are accepting that we are the weaker section and we need some help. Yes, of course, biologically there would be some differences, but it is a proven fact that the mental strength of the women is far superior than the men. And they can do the multitasking. And the studies also have proved that women are better in doing the multitasking compared to the men. So, why thinking went in this way. So where are the roots for this women empowerment and what is the solution for it and who gives the solution? So I thought, in my sincere opinion, it is the women who have to change, who have to change their mindset, who have to come out of the gender stereotyping, which has been imbibed into their minds right from the childhood. As you can see here, the way in which the people are brought up from many ages is that we draw a box that girls are supposed to be like this, boys are supposed to be like this, boys are physically strong and they're very assertive, they're outspoken, they play sports, they ask questions in the class, whereas the girls, they're portrayed to be very caring, very gentle, and they're responsible for all the domestic chores, and they speak and dress very modestly. And you also keep hearing about this kind of stereotypic statements. Look like a girl, act like a lady, think like a man, work like a boss. So what are these statements that are indicating that we are in a way unknowingly we are trying to identify the gender with certain type of qualities. So when that kind of a discrimination happens, which we generally call it as stereotyping, the right from the childhood, the boys and girls, they are brought up in a way that I'm supposed to behave like this, I'm supposed to behave like this. And the same thing is expected out of them. And if you see, this is a general use case where you see, if you are taking some toys as gifts for the kids, it is a general tendency, if it is a baby girl, we go for some pretty dolls, whereas for a boy, we give him all the playing bicycles or cars, something. Okay, that is also a stereotyping. So let us try to come out of that and try to avoid making the statements which try to qualify a gender with a particular work. So coming to the topic which I have taken, financial literacy. So as every one of you know, what is meant by literacy? A person being able to read and write, we say they are literate. And financial literacy, what does it correspond to? Something related to money. So no doubt many women are literate these days. They know, at least the working women, those who are attending this meeting, there no doubt they are literate. But how many of them have financial literacy? Do you know what is financial literacy, first of all? What does it mean? What is the meaning of financial literacy? Many of the women are coming out of the financial dependency. They are earning on their own. They are becoming financially independent. But my question is about their financial literacy. How literate are with respect to the money what they are earning? Are they financially literate? This everyone has to question for themselves. All the working women. It need not be from the class 4 person to a CEO. Many of them, it's not a far-fetched statement if I say that at least 80% of the working women they are not financially literate. I will try to prove the statement which I am making. The women are earning and they are competing with men on par in all the fields. But when it comes to the financial matters, most of the times the say goes with the men. I'm not saying that somebody is dominating over, men are dominating over women in the financial aspects, but it unknowingly, the women, they are not showing much of an interest or much of knowledge in the matters related to finance, the money and finance. They are happy that they are able to earn, they are able to spend on their own. But when it comes to decision making with respect to owning a property or with respect to purchasing a bond or with respect to taking some fixed deposit, most of them, they depend on their counterparts. Why is it so? Maybe you may question me, what is wrong in it? I'm not saying that there is anything wrong, but why aren't the women about how do, when they are earning, why are they not knowing more about where to invest, how to invest, and where, what is the best way to invest their money, or what is the better way to save, where to save. Suppose if you have to purchase a land, how to make the decisions, how to do the groundwork, all this we are not talking about. Maybe the reasons are many, because the women are already occupied with so many things. So they are occupied with the household works after coming back from the college or from the office. They have to take care of their kids. They have to take care, still they have to take care of the cooking, everything. So no one has thought much into this aspect of financial literacy. But the recent studies, they have talked about majority of the women, they are not much bothered about knowing where to invest. And they never even given a thought about it. So I think this is a platform where I urge all the members to be financially literate. Not only the working women, but also the housewives. They should know how much is the revenue they are getting, what is the budget, what is the expenditure, what is the savings, and what are their future plans, and how they are trying to own the properties, or how they are planning for their retirement. These things the women also should know. And what are the medical insurance policies, or how do they have to think about the different ways in which they can invest in the mutual funds or the risk-free investments, all those things, these all have been kept aside by the women. They feel that it is not their cup of tea. When earning is done by you, when you are earning, why are we not thinking about these aspects? I'm not doubting the capability of men, but the women also can understand and learn how to save the money, what they are earning, how to invest their money, or how to judicially use the money. Okay, so this is prompted me to take up this topic. And last time also, I tried to give some insights into it. And this time I tried to include some of the more questions, more of questions rather than solutions, because all the participants here, they are well educated and they have the thinking capability. So I want to ask some questions with all the participants. So you just introspect yourself. How literate I am with respect to the financial matters. I'll tell you why it is important. Why the financial literacy is important for a woman, whether she is a working woman or a housewife. I'll give you a case study. So we were talking about, are they financially literate? What do you say? What could have been the answer? Is it an yes or a no? You can type in the chat box, is it an yes or a no? And the answer is a big no. Majority of the women, they are not financially literate without knowing it. So my intention is, if you start thinking about it, when you could do so many things, this is a simple matter about which many of the women have not thought of it earlier. And now, if through this summit, if the women start thinking about these financial related aspects also, I think I have done some justice to the time I'm taking of your valuable time. So women, start thinking about the financial investments or savings, where we are saving, what is insurance, what is medical insurance, or what is return on investment. Don't don't think that, why do I need all that? There may be a time you do not know what is the next hour. Actually, we all should be very thankful to the Almighty, because we are still be able to be a part of this Women's Summit and talk to each other despite the pandemic. So we are really fortunate to once again participate in the summits and talk about the things. And during the pandemic, many of the houses, many of the lives have been just like that. Within no time, many of the families have been abandoned because the earning member is no more. And the poor family, they do not know what was the investment made by the earning member, what kind of an insurance was there, or what kind of bank loan the person has taken, and how much is the fixed deposits that are in the name of the person. And I came to understand that many of the investments, fixed deposit investments in the form of UTIs and all, they are not claimed after the death of a beneficiary, because their family members are not aware of the savings that are made by the earning member of the family. The women somehow never got into those into those areas of trying to know, and they feel as if women are limited only to take care of the house, take care of the household works, take care of the family members, not talk about the monetary issues. No, it is time that everyone should be aware of what is happening to the money that is coming into the family and the money which is going out of the family. Okay, so I urge every one of you to start thinking about what is my financial literacy and try to be literate. Why don't you be the game changer? If everyone, whoever attended this summit, they start thinking about this and they start thinking about the financial literacy and spread the word, then definitely you will be the game changer. So how do we change the game? You try to explore always what are the different possibilities. And of course, we create the wealth together, those who are working, and generally they say DIGs, that is double income groups, where wife and husband both work. So you are creating the wealth together, but when the investment comes, it is only most of the time the husband takes the decisions because the wife is least bothered about. Or at the most, what they does is they buy ornaments, they invest in gold, but they do not invest in the bonds. Okay. You try to understand what is the tax structure. I'm very sure most of the working women are not aware of the tax structure because they are fortunate that their counterparts, their better halves, their husbands will file the tax returns on behalf of them. And they feel that it is an additional headache for them. Why should I learn? I don't know how to file my returns. This is the general statement. They feel that it is an additional burden, but it is your earning and you should know how much tax you are liable and how you have to file your income tax. You should know, isn't it? When you are earning, you should know. You should not depend. That is also dependency. When you talk about the women empowerment, why should we depend on somebody to file our income tax? Okay. So even if you take the help of your husband, try to understand what is the tax structure. Okay. So then you will become financially literate. So learn to file the income tax returns on your own because nowadays online you can do it. And understand the investment policies. There are different types of investment policies. I am also very poor. I have, as I told you, that I have started learning about this recently. Understand what are the different types of insurance policies, like life insurance policy, medical insurance policy, what is the cover you will get. All that you need to understand and learn to understand the return on your investment. Because whatever you are earning, you are the boss of your earning. Okay. So you should understand where to invest it wisely. So be aware of the investments and also be aware of the debts. Debts in the sense like you construct a house and the loan you take. So most of the women, I don't know how many of them they know how we pay the bank installments. How are we being charged? No. So we are least bothered. Most of the women are least bothered about it. So try to understand what are the opportunities in which you can save your money and how do you plan for your retirement. I rarely see a woman thinking about their retirement plans. They always feel that it is not their job. No. Both together, both wife and husband together, they have to plan for their retirement life. When we say we are equal in everything, you should take the equal responsibility. So you try to be the game changer and you try to rediscover yourself. You have a lot of potential in yourself. So if you think that your present position is okay, it is time to question yourself. Most of the women, they are self-contentment. A lot of contentment will be there. in the women. Say, for example, you see there are many women who are entering into the employment. But when you look at the C-suite, the CEOs, CTOs, COOs, what is the percentage of women there? It is very less. Is it because the women are not capable? Why is the percentage of women in the decision-making roles is less? It is because of the adjustment behavior or the nature of the women to get adjusted. The way in which she has been brought up, that becomes a barrier for her while stepping up the ladder in the employment. So you always have to question yourself, is this my comfort zone? If you feel that everything is happy, that means you are comfortable. So as long as you try to be in your comfort zone, there won't be any progress. If you get the answer, yes, for the question that, is this the comfort zone? Then you have to take a leap forward and come out of your comfort zone. Then only you will be able to improve. Then only you will be able to climb up the ladder. So do what is better for yourself. Don't get carried away by others. Every step of change is a step that is better for women empowerment. Whatever step of change you are taking, that is a step which will improvise the women empowerment. So women empowerment has to come within at the personal level. So we have to attain more managerial skills, understand other players and how to get the results. And at the family level, we need to give more support and work sharing for the women who are working. At the societal level, we need to create the gender awareness and eliminate the gender biases. And at the employer level, create a conducive environment by providing childcare, adequate toilets, and other facilities so that the women can work without any problem. And provide a safer and more secure environment at the national level. I strongly feel that if change starts at the personal level, the change will be reflected in the family. Then it will be spread to their community at the social level. Then the change will go to the state level, to the national level, and at the international level. And in the entire ecosystem, we will observe the change. Then definitely we will get the women empowerment. In the words of Swami Vivekananda, a nation's progress and prosperity can be judged by the way that nation treats its women folk. It's impossible to think about the welfare of the world unless the condition of women is improved. So with this, I try to conclude my session, and I'm ready to take up any questions. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thank you, ma'am, for your valuable insights.
So if there are any questions, fine. Thank you.
Please accept this token of appreciation.